assuming what you were saying, basically what you're implying is my presentation will dictate what the difficulty of this role will be.
Yeah, I've given it some thought, and I have a multi-layered approach to this. This is not going to be a black and white you roll bad campaign over. Like, it's not that bad.
Oh,
it's not off the table though.
Oh,
yeah. That's what I was saying. Like his best stat is persuasion, and
well,
I can use Nabarlin's best stat, not this Nabarlin. And I can use a luck point to have advantage in the roll. But as we saw last week, there is a possibility to roll double critical failures.
Yeah.
And in which case, it would be awful. So, like, no matter how good his thing is, that is always a possibility. Otherwise, his minimum roll is 2. I mean, is 11. Is the minimum he can get on anything.
I'm still amazed that I rolled a double negative.
I know, like, shit. And then, of course, fucking Fritz just fail. Like that's some.
That was just some
beautiful. It was what is it? What is it? Murphy's Law?
Yeah.
Yes.
We just all were doing bad. I mean, Nabarlin passed his saving throw for the tidal wave. Blondie didn't, though. Like I think all of us failed some kind of roll last week, just in general.
So, Camera doesn't want to right now. I'm not gonna restart Discord. Maybe later. In short, my opinion is, if you die, we die. I don't really. Yeah.
It'll be a little honorable to be the first TPK as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got it on. He's got it on.
Yeah. He showed me last week. Oh, funny.
I do have a. Last night I have a multi-tiered approach to this, whatever might happen. There's.
Ooh.
And what's interesting about this too is it will also give. I was trying to. If he dies, he dies. There's also, I think it'll be entertaining nonetheless, or at least it'll give some backstory to Nabarlin as well. I think, as well as trying to reach an understanding with the Duchess. Based on what we know of her, which apparently I totally thought that she was mommy.
Well, it could have been. It was somebody. It was somebody who said he knew him. She knew him intimately.
I think that is because she's like telepathic and can.
Yeah, well, that didn't occur to him in the moment.
Clearly not.
The creature that was telepathically talking to us for a while now.
In pretty much every other instance, Atoli has actually saved the telepathical connection thing. So he never got the whole talk. But when they were there, it was a direct connection instantly.
Yeah.
So
it made sense. Oh, she just talks like that. Like that's
It was obviously someone that he suddenly had a connection with.
Mm-hmm. So
except he didn't.
So if that's, I just, as we got onto it, I just started thinking, like we talked about, last week, we're at this point, how can we salvage it from this point? The more I thought about it, is like, if we did salvage it and, Barry did some that's just okay, or, whatever you had in mind. When we got to the end of the campaign, I just feel like the accomplishment that you would normally have would be tainted because we didn't get there through our own machinations. It was not Deus Ex Machina, but it was pretty close. So I was just, Nabarlin's tried to talk us away about stuff before, and this kind of made sense. It's a good time to try it.
So
I agree with
last week last week I proposed that there were 3 options, basically, right? There's either resetting, doing the same thing over again, but so that's kind of meh. The second one is if he dies, right? That is like, it's over. Or 3 is we find some way. That third one that I believe we went for, like we'll find some way, I now have split into 3 options.
So you found 3 ways.
Your speech is going to be part of the choice. Which of those 3 is going to happen? So, is there a chance that this is going to go horribly wrong? Yes, very much so, because that should be there. Is there a chance that it goes partially wrong? Yes. Is there a chance it goes completely right? No, there has to be some form of consequence. So we'll see. So your like the amount of impact is going to be impacted by your speech.
Super.
And I think that is the way that you would want to have it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I need to pour myself a glass of... I found a bottle today, and it's mead.
I found a bottle today.
No. It's full, obviously. But I've not been able to find this pretty much anywhere. And it was just randomly on a shelf in the local supermarket. It's a bottle of mead.
Okay, so you did buy it. Okay, cool.
It's a bottle of mead. Can't find that anywhere. And I'm like... So, if Nabarla has been cooking all day, I'm going to lean back and enjoy this.
I do have to say, I wonder why that is not a thing in shops, because I know that there is a large community that likes mead. You go to any fantasy fair or whatever, they sell it over there, and they sell it out the ass. Like, everyone takes a bottle home.
Yeah.
But no, there's no shop.
I don't know, dude, maybe this is great.
Yeah.
Like, it's...
Last year, I had a mead with a cherry flavor.
Yeah. That's normally referred to as Viking's blood, because it's red because of the cherries. Really good warm as well. Anyway, Nabarla has been cooking.
I also sent Isabel a DM. She might be sleeping or something, or maybe she isn't here this week. I don't know. We'll see what that means. But I mean, we can give it another 5, or we can just get into it and see if she joins at some point.
Let's see.
That choice is up to you, obviously.
Yeah, because I think we left off with Fritz used his turn to summon a demon who is now there, and I think the demon's turn is right now, so we get to see what the demon does.
The problem is if he can't unsummon it, because if he loses control, even while he's controlled, the demons will still be there.
Yeah, yes. So I think we get to start off the session with the demon rolling to saving throw.
Oh right, is it beginning or end of turn? I don't even remember. It's been a while.
I believe it acts immediately upon spawning. Like then it's like the next or thing.
No, it's about when the save happens.
Yeah,
we're in a pretty bad situation.
Summon Grave Demon appears
at the end of each of the demon's turns. It makes
okay, so it's not right away then. So
no, do note that Fritz is currently bespelled by the Duchess.
Yes, so I can't really do concentration on it.
It's going to be interesting. Gosh, I didn't intend for all this to happen. I'm sorry. It's painful.
Don't worry. I kind of like that. Like I feel like in D&D, I feel like in D&D, it's having like this characters being main characters or something is kind of boring. Just being a random dude coming out of the woodworks, going on an adventure, is more fun, and that's like how probably 90% of the NPCs would die.
Agreed.
So,
yeah, we're not like the main characters. Like the main characters they're the ones like because once you think about Lord of the Rings, right? Like you think the Fellowship of the Ring, they're going on this epic quest or whatever, but at the end of the day, they are the hero's story. They're commanding forces and stuff. This game, we are not Aragorn. We are the guys that Aragorn told to go do something because Aragorn is sitting back at the castle right now, doing stuff.
No,
That's
man.
what this is.
The beacons are lit.
Aragorn's not jumping, like, aside from getting his, aside from a couple instances, like, he's the leader of the whatever, which we are not.
I don't know. I'm sure the Duchess can save me still.
He's not drowning. I guess I kept thinking, oh no, he's going to drown. But I remembered that we did air bubble on everybody but Mespip. Mespip, don't get in the water, you'll drown. But everybody else, you're fine.
I think I still have full HP.
I believe so too. I believe you weren't hit yet.
No.
Yet being the keyword.
Yes. Shall we just go ahead and give it a start?
Yeah, let's get a start.
I also love in the chat that the last message that was sent was by you and Barton saying "fuck." Like, very fitting.
Very poetic.
I will clear the chat log for a second. The reason, by the way, why I clear the chat log all the time is not because you can't look back or anything, because of course you can if you want to. But Foundry has a bit of a memory leak in the chat log. So if you leave that on there for like 2 weeks or more, Foundry starts to act up. Yeah.
Memory leaks are fun.
And it's been there since like version 5. And like they've addressed it twice and it hasn't solved it, which is, it's a chat log. How can that, for God's sake, cause a memory leak? It's silly. But it is what it is. Let's pull you in here.
I've been pulled enough, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. What is a fitting tune for this right now?
A sad tune on the tiniest violin.
Yeah. Or like Benny Hill or something.
Always la 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 la. The Witcher Witcher never fails.
We have an echo of Demigorgon that is under your control, Fritz. What do you do?
Yes, I think it will attack the closest creature because that's.
Actually, I've been waiting for it, and the reason why I asked you if it was Demigorgon's turn, because last week you did not give it command. You just said it's summoned right next to Barlin. So now it is the Demigorgon's turn. You didn't issue a command, which means it will attack the nearest creature that attacked it last. Non-demon that has attacked it. No one has attacked it, so it will wander around looking for something to do.
I mean, so Fritz would have commanded it to attack as soon as he summoned it. He knows how the spell works.
But you didn't know. That's this was on purpose. I'm a rules lawyer right here because.
Hold on, I got my nuts.
Sorry, dude. I'm a rules lawyer. This is yeah. You didn't issue a command. You said you summoned it by Nimbarlet, and it went to the demon's turn.
That was implied because I usually don't issue verbal commands to that spell.
Are we gonna dice resolve this or?
Actually, you know what? Yeah, because I'm being really pedantic on the rules.
But you have a very good reason. So
yeah, being very pedantic on the rules. So
I mean, in all fairness, Tim is always up our asses about it.
That's right.
Yes,
so I'm with Nibarlin on this one for the hell of it.
For the one time that I'm able to actually make this bullshit happen in our favor.
Yep.
I'm going to bring it up.
I mean, we can go ahead with that part. So there was no command yet to that creature.
But then that still means he does a saving throw unless you want to move him somewhere.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's a natural 1 on the demon's part, so that's a fail.
Oh, good. So I got one round, not die. Well, I guess we all kind of have one round to not die.
Well,
to be fair,
you guys are not even close to dying. I am.
Nibarlin, you are up next.
Okay. So I'm sitting here. I'm going to maneuver around the other side of the Demogorgon, which should not do a opportunity attack because he's around it. While he's moving, so he's got Ignatius in his hand, and which means that he's like in his head too, talking to him. He's going to, while he's doing this, express like, okay, essentially it's getting serious. There's now a demon here. We're gonna have to negotiate with the person we came to negotiate in the first place. Okay, like this whole thing shouldn't be happening, but now there's a demon here. I'm sure Ignatius is not too happy about the demon, so we're gonna need help to kill this thing, as the controller of it is under the spell of the person we're trying to negotiate with. This is all happening really quick because he's talking in his head. He's gonna ask.
I forgot that the demon has advantage on that save because it has magic resistance.
Ah, shit.
I just need to see, but I think that's still a fail. Oh no, it has a +5 on saves. That's a 17. What's Fritz save DC?
17?
It's 17, so meets it, beats it. So it is no longer controlled, but it's end of turn.
So next round, he's going to attack me. Okay.
Technically, that doesn't really change anything because it was against you anyways.
Yes. I think it's changed for me personally. But okay, so anyway, he's going to actually ask Ignatius to. He's going to attempt to communicate with the Duchess. Part of this communication will be in the mind. He's going to ask the Ignatius to help keep her from going too deep into him, so that if she tries to go too deep into a psyche, if she can, all she finds is fire, basically a wall of fire, preventing unwanted intrusion to his intellectual persona. So like a firewall that prevents an IP attack.
Right. So love the description. So
there's no deception going to be happening. This is just more for his protection. This is not like he's not me deceiving her in any way. This is just for his protection.
I never thought that we would have a DMZ come up in in 5e. So Nabarlan is trying to make himself a DMZ. You lose Wi-Fi connection, but enough.
This is great.
This is so homebrew. So sure. Give me a D20. And like this will probably succeed unless you really, really suck at your D20.
Is there any bonus? Oh, 13. Okay, I was 13.
Fine. This works. Sure, why not? That's such a creative thing to do.
But your connection is not restored.
I thought it was a 3 for a second, and I was like, oh shit, but I turned it as a 13, so we're fine. Okay. And that after that quick discussion as he maneuvered around happens, Nabarlan's going to. You're gonna have to just bear with me because I gotta just commit to this to not feel bizarre myself.
He's doing the bit.
Duchess, you've made your point. You're a powerful ally. And this full force that you brought against us is more than we can withstand. You've even convinced Sweet Fritz to conjure a demon. I can tell you from experience, this usually doesn't turn out well. On top of that, you have the acting archmage of Drakkenheim and my friend beneath the water. All his heads included. I appreciation for such beings is something I believe we share. And he gestures back over to the Hydra, which I assume at this point, since its turn is next, the little heads are starting to bubble up to sprout. Your child here, your pet, your guardian, its heads will grow back, but my friends, does not share that luxury. And unless I was mistaken, you brought us here for a reason. I think there. I can't. I don't believe it was to kill us. You brought us here because you saw something in us. You've been watching us, everything we've set in motion, in mere weeks, and you saw potential allies. And we came here looking for the same thing. Now you watch over these denizens, these residents, and guide them as a mother would, and they serve you in return. They help you. But I don't think they can easily maneuver the surface world, not yet. But we can, and you've seen that. And we move beyond this slight misstep. I'm going to tell you that extending an open hand in friendship and working with all manner of creatures and beings is in my nature. Duchess, if you can, look into my mind and see what I see.
You can't because it's blocked. Sorry.
No.
I see fire burning within.
It's to prevent her going deeper. This is just his surface thought.
I get it. I get it. I just had to say it.
Yeah. So, Barry, I gotta ask: can the Duchess? She's telepathic, so that's what kind of got me in this. Can she do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she can.
I don't know if she wants to share this with everybody or not, but I'm reading it for everybody.
What are you showing?
It's. I guess
Is that if that's a DM, that's okay.
No, it's not. I'm gonna read it.
Okay.
It's memories.
Okay. Fitting. Wow. Have you read my prep notes?
I have it.
No, go on. No, that's so fitting. Go on, please. I'm intrigued.
Right. Well, her vision, your vision, Barry, is filled with Nebrallen's memories.
Hmm.
You're home. You're not in Everwood. You're not in Hartsvale.
I'm so excited. This is so fitting for what I prepared. Holy shit. Go on.
Damn it, no death today.
You're at the great temple of the Father of Rebirth. Nestled at the base of a snow-peaked mountain, an ornate stone entryway starts, and you step into the temple proper. There's a flurry of activity that surrounds you. There's ogres and humans and orcs all chiseling at the walls and scaffolding. And they're carving new corridors and intricate reliefs into the walls. And you see dwarven craftsmen. They're supervising, and they have a precision that's practiced from years of experience. There's even one that's teaching an ogre how to properly carve bricks. And it's almost comical, the size difference, but there you can tell there's a mutual respect there. The ogre wants to learn, the dwarf is teaching. And deeper still, you see hot spring. It's the baptismal hot spring. There's steam rising from the surface. At this spring, all those who seek rebirth must give themselves willingly here, accept the Father's embrace. On either side are twin stairwells. They lead to a raised landing. On platforms along the way are spectators, floating otherworldly creatures. They're there, standing vigil on platforms. As you pass, they nod and smile. You've known them your whole life.
Hi, Isabel.
Hello. Sorry, friends.
As you ascend,
What?
Isabel, I'm gonna keep going here. I hate to.
He's in the zone. He's in the zone.
He's in the zone. Okay.
Lock in.
I'll catch up.
As you ascend and reach the final entryway, the doorway has carvings that are so finely polished they shimmer like running water. You reach your hand out to touch them, but they open on their own. Beyond is a shining light, Father of Rebirth. Your mind doesn't quite grasp what the form is, but your soul knows the feeling. It's warmth, belonging, and safety and love. You know that no matter what happens to you, you'll awaken here in his embrace. And your tears form on your face. You smile. It's been so long since you've been here. You hear a comforting voice. It's like stone and embers. It says, "Welcome home, my child." The vision ends. We're back in this cavern. Barlin opens his hand again toward the Duchess and says, "Fathers work well with mothers. Will you take my hand in friendship and work together?"
Gosh.
Damn.
What a great story, by the way.
Sorry, you're not. I'm not crying. You're crying.
I'm not crying. You're
Really such a gorgeous story. There's a couple of things I'd like to do here.
Eat you
Let's
one.
first start with the dice roll. Because that is going to
Was that the
influence-
convincing? Was that the convincing that I just came into?
That is the first part of it, yes.
The first part of it, okay. Cool.
Yeah, the part that you missed was we started with the Demigorgons summoned by Fritz, who had his first turn, and immediately
shit.
broke loose from Fritz.
Right, for sure. That sounds.
But Nabarla was
course.
smart with semantics, and he said, well, technically it can't attack yet this round, so he didn't. And then we had Nabarlan's turn, who just did a wonderful
Monologue.
bit about the Duchess, allowing the Duchess into his mind a bit, and basically showing his origins, if I may say, on the location and presence of the Father of Rebirth, after which you ask to be friends, partners, instead of foes. This is most definitely a persuasion check, and I will allow you it with advantage without a luck point, because that was really good, and it's very fitting.
Okay.
Let's see those snake eyes.
We can't even see your roll because you're gonna
you
do
want
it.
you want me to roll again?
Well, here, do you want me to save both rolls and tell you at the end, or do you want me to tell you each roll as it happens, or do you want me to show you? I'll point the camera down to this most
Sure,
recent
yeah,
roll.
let us look along.
Let's see.
That's 11.
So that's an 11, yes.
Yes,
What's your bonus on it?
plus 9, so it's a dirty 20.
Okay.
The next one. It's
13?
15.
13. So that's a 22 then.
No, 15.
Oh, 15. So 25.
24. So the total, it'd be 24.
Okay. That makes a difference between those two. I need to quickly think, because I did not expect this good a monologue, but I can use it. There is... Let's cut that music, because we need a different type of music in a second. There is...
Did we hear the monologue, or is it all in his head?
That's what I was asking, if the Duchess would broadcast that out to everybody, or if it was just all, because the first part y'all did hear, but then the actual vision is in the mind.
Yeah,
I don't know if she shared that or not. That's kind of...
No, it's just for her. She will not share that, and her answer in return will be addressed to you, but can be heard by everyone else mentally. There is a very long silence, and you could just sense there is like ancient thought going on here. Like there is an emptiness, but not a void. After a little while, You can feel that a presence is entering your mind again to reply. And the Duchess says, what you carry is not illusion. It is memory. It is primordial. Primordial memories. Is that your bargain? Is that your coin? Then let's join together in a partnership indeed and explore that. And you and your friends, all of you, are whisked away mentally into a dream.
Want to save? Oh,
The
I
world
love
around
darkness.
you. If you click your token, you can see something.
I can see darkness and my token.
And nothing more?
Nope.
Yeah,
Nothing
that's
more.
it.
Same.
It should have. Oh, I know. See, this is what you get when I have to like quickly prep a map. Let's do that like that.
Now I see
Okay,
it.
here we go.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Oh, great! It's the gates of it's the gates of hell.
Pretty much.
That is interesting.
I see a lot of teeth.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The world falls away like ash in the wind, and you are all collectively weightless. You're drowning in colors your eyes cannot name, in whispers that speak before sound, in a pulse that is not your own. Something vast swims beneath you, no, through you. You are not alone. Your eyes open not in the waking world, but in a place built of thought and nightmare. You stand, all of you, side by side, upon slick stone that pulses faintly underfoot like the skin of something asleep. The chamber around you is a cathedral-sized but claustrophobic. Walls of sinew-veined flesh and ancient drowned stone. Vast carvings leer from the darkness. Monstrous faces half consumed by roots or tentacles, their mouths frozen in agony or hunger. In the far end of the chamber looms a colossal door, shaped like an eye. It is framed by wings of bone and scale, but its surface is twitching as if it is alive. At its center, a violet flame in the center of the eye, suspended inside a crystalline socket. Beneath it, you see 3 concentric arcs of red glowing runes that hum with a terrible latent energy. To either side, twin rivers of blood pour down from unseen heights, pooling at the foot of the door. Skulls, some human, some not, are half buried in the gore. The air is thick with incense and rot. And a voice slithers through your minds, not through your ears, but within you, as though your own thoughts have grown cold and alien. You see now the breadth of my dominion. Your struggles are as quaint as insects twitching on silk. I am the Duchess, first daughter of the deep, herald of the rift, mother of dreams. You feel a little sting at the mentioning of mother, Nibarlan. My mind is fathoms vast, my will is unshaken, and my hunger is eternal. A rumble like shifting tectonic plates vibrates through your very thoughts. Drakkenheim is only the beginning. The seals that hold its power are fragments of a greater gate, one I shall wrench open. Through me, the stars shall devour this world, and I shall ride their fire into eternity. And thinking of this gate, I thought it fitting to bring you here. Little breaths, little lights, so fragile, so eager, you have tasted the brink. You have spilled your own endings, and yet you are not finished. I offer you a door, a way out. Behold, the dream gate. A memory lock sealed by truths you have buried or fled from. These runes are not words, they are you. To open the eye, you must each claim one. Touch a mark, relive what was, accept or cast away. Choose with care. Some truths are too heavy, some lies too beloved. But choose or sleep forevermore beneath the tide. What you remember, is it true? Or is it a lie?
Oh, this could be really bad for me.
Did you make that up?
I'm not
Did
saying
you make
yes.
that up, sir?
I had a week to write. And nowadays you have to
okay.
and
I was
nowadays
like,
you have to put a little
that
thing in.
rhymes. That rhymes. He's not. That's not the top of your head. If it's the
No.
top of your head, I tip my hat to you, sir.
No, nowadays you do have to put in a little disclaimer. This is not ChatGPT. This is of my own making. But I had a week to write this.
That's beautiful. I love it. That's so good.
Also, as is mine. Mine also was not ChatGPT. I wrote that as well.
We love human writing. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
So I think without even hesitating, Atoli would definitely step forward to have a look at the secrets that he's been keeping hidden. See what's here.
Okay.
Study it.
So do you touch a rune?
That depends. Do you see them beforehand, which is what, or what is tied to him?
Yeah,
or...
do they look
They're written in an
different?
alien language,
What are
and you
they?
have no idea what this is.
And I don't feel a specific
It will-
pull to any of them.
Nibarlin would. He has comprehend languages.
Oh, right.
Is it a language?
Yeah, if they're just images, then he wouldn't understand it. But if it's an actual language, then he would.
Yeah, no, it
Is it
wouldn't make sense
abyssal?
that it's a language. No,
It's not a language, okay.
they're icons, nothing more.
Okay.
Icons, okay.
But hearing this voice, Fritz will, with barely any hesitation, just step forward and reach for the rune. As you wish, my Duchess.
Yeah,
Nice.
right.
Oh,
He's still
right,
under the
'cause
spell.
he's still under the fucking spell. God damn it, Tim.
Fritz, you touch a rune. And let me scroll to you. There we are. All right. Fritz. Is what you remember truth or lies? You remember. Yes, you remember. You remember the ley lines, the power of the city. You remember your pact, your agreements with your lord. Seek magic. You found it in the hidden ley lines in the city, the clock tower, the inscrutable tower, the cathedral, all connected via hidden highways of raw magic and power. And your lord ordered you to follow them, to find power, to forsake your party when you needed to. Gather the seals and anything powerful, for the true test would come soon. You devised a plan to murder Nespip to obtain his seal. Atoli's staff would prove harder, but the plan to offer him as a bargaining chip to the queen would work out. Then, together with the queen, you would rule, and your lord would come forth to bestow his blessing. Yes, you remember well.
I have a feeling that he's under the queen's influence. By the way, that memory is very much in league with the queens. I don't know if Tim, if that's correct, but I'm
Tim,
picking that up right
is that real? Tim, is it real?
Who
We don't know
Okay.
any of that.
I'm just gonna ask one thing. Do we hear these things as well, or is
Yeah,
it just per
is it-
person?
So all of this will be heard by all of you.
Oh, okay.
Let's up the stakes because this is going to be fun. I
This is
just
great.
realize how much you can either say truth or lie, or you can send me a DM with truth or lie, and I'll respond in kind with what the effect that has. I'll leave it up to you guys because that ups the stakes a little bit.
I would like to point out.
I will DM.
I would like
Oh my
to
God.
point out as Tolly stood up there with Fritz as well. He would probably look down at him like I had suspected something was kind of off with you, and then reach out and give him like a punch, not like damaging or anything, but like straight up just punch him in the face.
But he's under the influence. How can we trust?
But is he that here as well?
Yeah.
Well, is it a truth or a lie, Sir
He won't
Tim?
tell.
He's
He won't
DMing.
tell. He's DMing.
Mhm.
He's DMing.
He had a small
DMing the
question.
DM.
If I had to wager, it's a half truth. That's just my gut feeling.
I think it's a truth.
Sounds
Absolutely.
like a truth.
Absolutely. 100% truth.
Yeah. I guess we might know what he picked based on what happens next, maybe.
Great gloomy outcome. I love it.
The rune stays lit. Fritz, you can take a step back.
Natali would
Stays
follow
lit.
up and then touch another one.
All right, Atoli, you touch a rune. Let's do that one. Let's have a look. Atoli, here we are. You remember. You remember well the torment, the horror at the academy, being used as experiment because of who you are, because of what you are, because of what you were. You endured immense pain, but ultimately it led to what you are now. Something in you shifted, and you knew that ultimately you were destined for greatness, for godhood. And the ability to shift into what you have become now was worth the price you paid. Strength and raw magic power are now your tools to bring down the academy. The fools gave you the inscrutable staff, and it is yours. It was always destined to be yours. You remember how your classmates laughed at what you looked like. You remember how even the professors thought it humorous to see your partial scale-like skin. You remember how everyone at the academy thought of you as a horrible mutant. You had no friends. No one truly cared. Not even Eldrick. He hated you. He loathed you. He knew you were offspring of royalty, but he kept it from you, so you would never find out. Yet here you stand, victorious. Yes, you remember it well. Crunch, 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 crunch.
Because they're.
Are you eating chips right now?
No.
What's happening?
Because part of that is true to what I know. But part of it might also just be true to what he felt. I'm gonna go ahead and say truth.
Okay. The rune stays lit.
This was a
Brought
lot less painful than I thought it would be.
Berlin says, Atola, you have friends now.
Yeah, Atoli doesn't take us one of the heads still looking at Fritz. Really?
And at least.
Barlin, you want to touch your rune?
I asked the Duchess, what's the purpose of this?
You get no answer.
Oh, shit.
I mean, I'll touch another one.
You can, if you will. I got multiple things prepared for you guys.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll touch one.
All right. Elodie.
What's the memory?
You remember. You remember your brother. You always looked after him. You cared for him. He always was less competent than you, but he was family. You remember losing him, finding him, losing him, finding him, and now Is he still your brother? Are you still you? Yes. You are still who you are in soul, and so is Marcus. That is what counts to you. You remember this well.
Okay.
That's some like metaphysical stuff. Are you still really you?
Yeah. I was like, what is he gonna say?
You've made a comment on this at some point.
I did.
Yeah.
Um uh Elodie thinks about this for a minute. I'll just think out loud here for a second. I don't know if she would say this out loud, but I'm thinking about it out loud. She's very different than who she was when she died.
Mhm.
Not only in her body, but in just her perspective, I guess. She wouldn't have made the same choices. This Elodie wouldn't have made the same choices as the one before. But then you think about like her heart and her love for her brother, and that's the same. I think she smiles a little bit, thinking about all those times when she had to help Marcus out of a stupid situation that he got himself into. um, and she'll just kind of nod and think, yes.
This was true? All right. The room stays lit.
Cool.
So how are you feeling?
And I want to try to chuck the lyrium crystal at the eye. I feel like that doesn't end well.
God. Yes.
More chaos!
Got something in your eye?
Atoli shrugs and looks at the rest of the party. It's like, if you don't want to or don't dare, I don't mind. We'll press another one.
All right. Atoli. You remember dark dealings and strange magics in a basement of an inconspicuous townhouse. A scruff professor, cast from the academy for his own indiscretions. Oscar Yoren cared for a little, but he cared for obtaining the knowledge about delirium. You remember being torn, having to kill Oscar, but also sensing he might be the one of the few who'd be by your side. Finding out just how mad he was and having to bring him to attempt to save the queen, your aunt. The situation was difficult, but you feel you made the right call. Yes, you remember.
Yeah.
Another truth?
Yep.
All right. The rune stays lit.
Totally will kind of do a sideways smile. These are easy. I can take them all.
This is about truth, and everyone's going to see how Ignatius what he thinks about this. If he has a feeling.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Technically, right now we're all in this. Like, you're all in the zone of truth. So
only if he's drawn.
He is drawn. I'm still holding it.
Wow.
What's the saving throw?
I didn't account for that. Yeah, all of you need to make a saving throw, first of all.
No. I failed it. Willingly.
That's a charisma save?
It is.
Yes. But let me see how much.
It's DC 20, I believe.
24.
DC 20.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, Fritz.
That's
Leave it
that's
to
an
a warlock
important
to be good
save.
at charisma.
I fail.
Because I forgot, let's just say one untruth has been spoken so far.
Well, no,
Hmm.
well, here's the thing. In whoever's defense, the zone truth, I don't think it apply if they don't know they're lying. If they think they're telling a truth, it would still appear as though it's the truth.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, because this is very much like, what do you think? And if you fully think that it's one or the other, yeah, if you're not lying, then
Yeah.
yeah, that's fair.
Will that still apply? Would Neverland still pick up on a untruth being said?
No, because it was said, unless someone said something without fully meaning that. But I think so far everyone meant what they said.
Okay. Okay. So I guess we're just going to hang out. Go ahead.
Just out of interest, can Nespip cast See Invisibility?
You can.
Ooh, good
Nothing
idea.
will light up here beyond what you already see.
No.
Really? No
And I
one's
don't
gonna.
have to take.
No one's gonna press.
I
We
mean,
don't
if
even
no
know
one
what that
wants to.
thing does.
No.
Oh, Nespip doesn't want to do it?
Nespip and
Like,
Nabarlin don't want to do it.
What are we doing right now? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't know what we're doing because
We're
If
playing
no
a
one
game
else is
of.
doing anything, Fritz will continue fulfilling his commands and go for the next rune.
good on you, boy. Good on you.
All right.
I mean, I'll take a third if there is a third.
Fritz, you remember. You remember the meteor.
Fifth of them.
Your visit
Remember
to it.
the meteor.
The horrors of the crater. The creatures lurking within, even this very second. The unfathomable odds the people of Drakkenheim have against such power. And you remember what you saw. The core of the meteor. The dread vision you had, the very heart of the crystal. Even your patron told you to back off. Yes, you remember well.
That's a lie.
I'll say like I know that's a lie.
Bam!
Yeah, like the player does. Like I remember the situation. Like that's a lie.
Okay.
Nespip wants to start walking along the wall and just tries to search for anything that's strange to this situation, to this room.
You find the entirety of the room.
Everything.
I mean, yeah, out of place, meaning there's somewhere like a flower or something, or like something that doesn't fit, something that anything. Because rationalizing is the only thing he can do right now.
There's a fortepiano in the corner.
I'd give you a roll, but you know my rule that if there's nothing that can come from the roll, I won't give it to you. So there's no roll here. You don't find anything.
Let's see.
I feel like I don't need to make an insight check to ascertain that this is some kind of evil stuff.
I mean, I know I got more secrets.
It has all the markings of it, right?
I know I got more secrets. I could.
On eye.
How is in order to answer the question? How is Ignatius feeling about this?
Interestingly enough, neutral.
I think it's kind of fair. It's a truth. I mean, it's kind of a shtick. It's like tell the truth or not, you know. So
Yeah, someone is asking you a bunch of questions to be truthful, so that he likes, and nothing inherently evil has happened here. So there's no reason for him to be doubtful.
yeah.
The situation just looks a little off.
But so does Drakkenheim.
More random stuff. Can Nespip cast an unseen servant and have it touch one of the runes?
Yes, you can actually.
Unseen servant has a memory.
It's literally past second.
Is that the unseen servant?
It's literally an empty token. Yes.
Oh, okay. I was like, where's his face?
You make the unseen servant touch a token.
Yeah.
All right, or I touch a rune. The rune lights up, and you don't notice anything happening there.
Oh. It didn't just transfer to him since it was his magic.
Nope.
Or the unseen servant answered the question.
The unseen servant was like, "Yes, I was created by Nespep."
I'm actually the antagonist of this entire series.
Well, we're kind of here because of Nabarlin. Are you really not going to touch
you're
it?
kind of here because
sorry.
of me.
Nabarlin's going to.
Because that is the 6th. Are you going to touch one?
No, Nabarlin's going to slap Nespip.
All right.
Nespip?
Why?
It's for the heck of it.
He's going to slap Fritz.
I was like, Nespip's over here. I don't know.
I mean, he's going to
I
slap.
will say, because I forgot to mention, with the unseen servant touching one of the runes, the half of the runes are now lit. The doors partially open. There's like a crack in between.
I figured this was it. I totally would reach out and touch another one.
It doesn't respond to you.
This
Yeah, you
would
touched too
actually
many.
go approach the door. Like he would want to look into the crack and see what horrors lie beyond.
You
If you
just
look through the
ignore the
crack,
fact that
you
he keeps getting slapped.
Beyond the door, you actually see the previous scene. You see all of you standing there in combat, locked in combat. Like there is no active combat going on. There's just a pause screen, basically.
Fritz, does a 17 hit?
No.
It would.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
So you
Fritz,
you take 1 damage and do
We're not trying to hit you, Nespip.
and re-roll your saving throw.
Sure.
Can I Misty Step through the door then, if we can see the other side?
That would be a 22 in that case.
Gosh. Leave it to a
Wait,
warlock.
did you make it?
Yeah, with 22.
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Totally no, you cannot Misty Step through.
Damn it.
Wake up, Fritz.
All right, well, you
So-
saw
so
I've done my part. So y'all start touching runes.
If you don't, like that is also an option, then I want to know how long you wait. If this is all you guys want to touch.
I can't
That
touch.
is an option, but then I want to know if you wait.
You won't let me touch anymore.
Does
like,
Fritz
we're-
do anything when he shakes out of the Duchess's influence, or does he just...
He looks around a bit bewildered, but he still remembers everything that happened. He just remembers that he
Right.
was not quite himself, but he decides to just go, I understand, and just take in the situation. He's still very much interested in the door.
He's gonna
so-
slap Nabarlin back, and then they're gonna do the slap fight.
through the crack door is basically just imagine if we're a bird's eye view looking at like a camera on the ceiling looking at us all frozen in time where we left.
Yep.
All right, I'll touch it.
All right.
Attaboy.
Nabarlin. You remember your purpose. House Nabarlin has many steps to take. You are an instrument of one such step. Dragons. Always dragons. You remember the sacrifice you had to make, your magic failing you, but your wits ever strong. You made a name for yourself even in this continent. You chose to eat a baby dragon's heart, empowering you. Blondie was the effect of the pact you made, and you feel righteous about it. Dragons. Always dragons. You remember well.
Well, that explains a few things.
That's a lie.
Yeah. Kind of gave you some cool points, though.
Barlin spits, 'cause that's sacrilegious to him.
The rune will stay lit.
Spit hits another rune and you trigger another question.
That would be funny.
Yeah, make me a ranged attack.
Make me a ranged attack.
No, that's silly. Nesbit, may I conclude that you are not going to touch any of the runes?
I don't think Nesper would want to touch them. That's like
That's fair.
he would
You
maybe if the others agree, he would send the unseen servant around and have him touch them, more of them.
Well, and just to be clear, Berlin touched, like, the reason Berlin touched the rune is this was essentially, I mean, he's negotiating an alliance, and this was her, I don't know, this was part of her, what she's asking. So he's done his part and looked at a memory.
All right. Is anyone going to touch a rune in the next 5 minutes, or are you all?
You won't let me.
No, you can touch them. They don't respond to you anymore.
I would touch another one.
All right. That might be a very important one.
Oh.
Ooh.
All right, Elodie.
Yes.
You remember the moment you decided you had to go on your own and rescue what was important. You ventured through broken streets alone. You defied logic and chance and ended up at a mansion where you knew your brother would be held. You devised a way into the mansion, sneaking in through the back door to rescue your remaining family without raising alarm. But the guards were alert, and as you got to the back door, the wizard occupying the house was prepared and cast an ungodly spell on you, twisting your body and killing you outright. Yes, you remember dying like that, the pain, the suffering. You remember it well.
Well, I remember some of that.
Not sure that's
I
how it
don't
went
think
down.
I ever saw the wizard, though. Unfortunately, unlike Dorothy in the Wizard of Oz, I did not see the wizard. So I would say that's a lie.
Okay. Just to make sure, is anyone else going to touch your rune? Because if not, the next part, if anyone is, the next part isn't going to make sense. And don't feel obligated to. You have player agency. If you don't want to touch, that's okay.
No, I totally.
Nabarlin has, Nabarlin's already done his part. He fulfilled what she asked.
When the runes didn't react to his third touch, though, he wouldn't do it again. He'd just wait for the rest of them to sack up.
And Espip, you wouldn't, right?
I feel like Nesbit wouldn't. It's some kind of satanic ritual. He doesn't know what he's actually doing. Like, are we agreeing to something? Are we trading something? What is happening right now?
He's a man of science.
So he's not gonna touch random symbols.
All right. As you wait another few minutes, one by one, the runes dim
Blinked
again.
out. Oh. We're stuck here.
And the eye in the door starts to radiate an amethyst glow.
Oh, no.
And slowly the doors open more, far enough for all of you to be able to go through. But as you move forward, a voice floods your minds. Ah, well done, little sparks. You have remembered. You have chosen, perhaps sometimes not exactly as you remembered, but most of it was in tune with what your mind truly told you. The gate yawns wide and life wriggles back into reach. You've done well and you can step through. You may proceed.
For Nespip, because his mind was blank, apparently.
He's gonna have the unseen servant walk in front of him.
Sure. The runes don't respond to you walking over it. That would be hella funny, though. You step on a rune. There you go.
Gotcha! Gotcha, bitch!
Gotcha!
As all of you step through, you notice that the blackness in the corners of your eyes doesn't dissipate. You see the scene before you. That is all of you in that cave. But something isn't changing, and the voice returns. But, yes, there is one final thing. The universe does not run on gratitude. It runs on balance. And you owe. A price must be paid for your insolence. One of you will not leave.
Oh no.
Okay, we'll sacrifice
You
the
feel
unseen
darkness.
servant.
And loophole.
It's Jeff.
Hey,
Jeff is never leaving.
It was allowed to touch a rune, so technically it is here. It is one of us in the presence.
Nesmith will actually send unseen servant into the corner.
Nespip can never cast Unseen Servant again.
It actually would be a sacrifice, yeah, if you just eliminate unseen servant. Yeah. Is she still talking, or is that it?
No. Where's she still talking?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
You feel darkness. You feel cold, and you feel endless. Your senses dull, pain vanishes, everything vanishes. There is nothing, and you are nowhere. No light, no sound, just a deep thrum of the Duchess, ancient, terrible, and alive, beating like a heart at the center of the void. And then her voice slithers into your minds once again, this time more pressing. You, Atoli, you stepped into my sacred pool.
You invited me.
You dared stain my waters with your impure defiance, and
You
such
invited me.
insolence cannot go unpunished.
You invited me.
But then, you feel a very subtle energy. It comes from Fritz.
My queen, he is not worthy of your praise. Atoli is a traitor. He spat upon your gift, but I have always served. I've seen your brilliance. I want more. Give me your power and I will be your flame in the dark.
Oh my god, Tim.
Loyal and clever. And what god do you whisper to, little Verdun?
Rankaresh, the Lord of Fire. He chose me,
Okay.
but I choose you.
Pikachu.
And scene.
There is a pause, and the void pulses with thought. And then you hear the Duchess say, a fire Jin's pet. Dangerous indeed. Fire devours, it does not kneel. Better to smother the flame before it burns through the cage. A thick, wet sound echoes. Tentacles slither unseen in the dark. The void snaps, and your sight will return.
What has he done now?
Well,
He just choose a new patron. Is that what happened?
maybe. You awaken, for lack of a better word, in the cavern once more, gasping, coughing, your wounds still bleeding, but alive. You are not fighting, and you can see her now in all her horror. The Duchess, a monstrous aboleth, her grotesque body writhing in the depths of this tainted pool.
Yep, you're
Fritz,
not my mom.
no. Fritz floats at the edge of the water. There's a dreamy smile on his face, his arms spread wide in acceptance. And then, without hesitations, her tentacles shoot out. Splash! They wrap around him, but he does not scream. He laughs. Once. And then, he's gone. Pulled beneath
He's
the
gone?
water, you see only a swirl of crimson, a ripple, and his backpack bobbing to the surface.
Take his stuff.
Tony's
Quickly.
gonna, yeah. Tony's definitely gonna grab the backpack.
Your offering has been accepted, the pact sealed. Atoli, your body is spat from the water, lifeless but now reachable. You lie at the pool's edge, 2 failed death saves ticking in your mind. He lives for now. Your defiance has amused me and perhaps served me. She begins to slither back into the depths, her massive eyes gleaming faintly with something like satisfaction or anticipation. If you wish to save this dying city, you must first break it. The Queen of Thieves holds too many of the seals. Slay her, and then come back to me. Her voice fades deeper, but the words burn into your skull like fire. I, too, hold a seal, the Chancellor's crest. Help me expand the rift within Castle Draken, and I will give it freely. With it, I shall pierce the veil and cast a meteor into another world. This is how we save Drakkenheim. Her words linger in your ears. And then she is gone, a shallow shadow beneath the black water.
It's not a bad plan. Also, she's probably lying.
That's why I was gonna say, like, you know, no.
Climbs off the boxes. It's like, I was gonna kill the queen anyway. Now, Barlin, can you do anything about this?
About what?
About
Well,
it,
totally.
totally.
Yes, I mean, he immediately, he whistles the blondie.
Cantrip, yeah.
He whistles the blondie to go grab the backpack, that Fritz's backpack, and then he places his hands on Atoli and whispers to him and says, "Toli, it's not your time yet," and casts Spare the Dying, which I can't find right now, but he does.
That stabilizes him, so you will not die today, my friend.
Father.
There we go.
Nesbit will get some of this tar cloth thingies and just slam it on the most open wound and cast Cure Wounds.
Because that's medically approved.
That's a
classic healing tar. That's
Fritz is no longer, my friends. He actually died.
He actually died?
Yeah.
I thought he was getting another. I thought he was like changing his patron up because. So you said that, I was like, oh shit, he was working for the queen the whole time, and then you talked about other stuff, but
he's gone.
Yeah.
Tim?
So what is the point here?
Look, you got Christian so upset he had to leave. Okay.
Yeah.
He had to leave. He couldn't look at you any longer.
I'm gonna need some background on this.
Yeah, Tim, what's your plan? Are you just gonna abandon us?
Maybe. You're about to find out, maybe.
I have a very important question.
I can't wait! You have to tell me.
Is there anything
You'll learn within the next 10 minutes, probably.
Oh, okay.
Is there
Okay.
anything of note in the backpack that is left behind?
Yeah.
Do you pick it up?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, I whistled the blonde to go grab it, so she flew and grabbed
Okay.
it.
So Blondie will float over, grab the backpack, and get on land.
Blandy.
Blandy.
She
Blandy
is
the boring
bland.
dragon.
We now know better than to actually go into the water. So she went and grabbed the backpack in the air.
Fair. So as she pulls it back on land, this backpack is, of course, like tattered a little bit as well because of the violence with which Fritz was pulled under. And as you pull the backpack ashore, all of his stuff is in there.
All of the stolen
And
gems?
then- All of that.
Oh,
But
No,
nice.
then-
actually not.
Damn
They
it.
were never in
No?
the backpack.
Oh, that's true, actually. Yes.
So they are forever gone.
But
God damn it.
you do hear a clink as something falls out of the backpack.
The pipe?
No.
Or the pipe, yeah.
You see on the ground a metallic looking bottle. The iron flask that Fritz found. Or bought, I'd have to say.
Huh.
Before I continue, do all of you know what an iron flask is?
Nope.
No.
Like a whiskey flask?
No, so it's like a potion bottle, but completely made of metal. And it's a
Okay.
magic item.
It's a
Okay.
magic item. I've never heard of this magic item.
It's like a mini prison. There's something horrible in that.
Oh no!
And as this bottle falls on the ground, the stopper gets like partially loose.
Oh, come
and it starts
on.
to shudder.
Oh
Uh,
no. Everybody get ready.
Barlin, slap that baby back on.
Tim's new character.
As you
his
go
demon.
for the bottle, you're too late, and the cork pops off.
And out of the bottle, a plume of gray-black smoke emerges. And trying to find some place that's not inside the water, it coalesces into a large gray something. Its
for
form
fuck's
is
sake.
grotesque in a way.
Whoa.
Pinkish gray skin
Pretty.
on a feline body. But with instead of fur, it's just wrinkly skin with pale blue tattoos.
Not the naked cat.
You see
A Persian.
what looks like a giant sphinx cat, if you will, with bat wings and some golden jewelry. And once this cat finishes materializing, he gives a very uncomfortable looking shudder and first of all produces something that looks like an abhorrent hairball.
No,
And-
not the hairball.
No people vomiting. Oh.
Not the vomiting.
Ooh, where am I? When am I? What is this?
What are
Oh.
you?
Everyone looks around for a volleyball with a red hand on it.
Yeah.
What year is it?
What year is it?
This creature looks around a bit confused, but since no one is going to give him answers now, he'll go.
Is it? Well,
Please.
I'm trying to figure out, is the hairball talking or is he talking?
The
The creature is
hairball. Why
talking.
would the hairball be talking?
That was just a really old-looking hairball.
Oh, well then Barlin will respond and tell him like where he is. It's like you're in a cistern in the city of Drakkenheim.
Drakkenheim. I might have heard of that place. Please allow me to introduce myself.
Yes,
Where are
please.
my manners? My name is Cronward from the... Oh, I guess you probably don't know what the observatory is. Do you?
Do we?
I don't think you do.
Elodie's got a
Yeah.
psychic dagger summoned in her hand, just
Just in case.
just in case. She's not a cat person. She doesn't trust cats. Not in a
Barlin's
Probably a
racist
hell of
way,
a car.
just in a
Yeah.
like
Barlin's attitude is different. He understands the trauma that is involved in large items being brought up in that manner. So,
oh no, the retching.
onward. I can't say I do, but
I once was the guardian of the Observatory of Eternal Hours, but given the situation and where I am, I don't think that's still the case. So, can you tell me what year is it right now?
Barlin says the
Um,
year. The character remembers,
yeah.
but the player does not. He says the year.
13 something. I can look it up if you want.
13 something. Only
Okay,
100
more
years.
importantly, what calendar is that?
Oh God. Onward. Maybe it might be better to
Whatever
tell.
one they use in Drakkenheim, whatever one they use on this continent.
It's the
What is the continent called again?
was it
Vestamar.
Vestamar.
it's the Westmar Standard Calendar.
Yeah.
I am not sure I know of one of those. But thank you. That's That's an answer in and of itself, I guess. And who might you be, my saviors who got me out of that wretched flask?
I'm Lord Nabarlin Paisan II, and the flask that you were in was in the backpack of a companion of ours. It seems actually Nabarlin doesn't know he bought that flask, does he?
I don't think he did.
No. It was in the backpack of a companion of ours. I'm not sure why he had it or how he got it, but that companion is now dead. Unfortunately, we pulled you from the water and set you on the shore. And here we are.
Huh. Well, I am definitely grateful, let it be known. I'm just still majorly confused about all that happens. I just need a moment to collect my thoughts.
Yeah,
Are
that
you a
makes-
demon?
He looks totally offended.
Oh
no.
Roll
I'm
for
a-
initiative.
No, but Ellie's just like, she's like, what? She's running through a list of like, what? Because he looks like a cat, but he's not humanoid, right? Like he's a creature.
No, he's a large creature that
Yeah,
looks
so she's
cat-shaped
like,
with bat
what?
wings.
She wants to categorize it in her head. So she's like, demon,
I'm no
spirit,
demon.
Categorize
God.
If you had
I'm a
Manticore,
noble. I'm a
This point-
noble guardian of knowledge. I'm a sphinx.
Okay.
Sphinx.
Those are the ones that have riddles, right?
I have a few of those, yes. But I don't think you'd want to hear them.
Elodie's like, ooh, I like riddles.
Howard, we're in a deep spot right now. As much as I would love to continue this conversation, I want to make our way out. You're welcome to stay here or follow us, but just don't get in the water.
Not this water.
I
Anyway.
will heed that warning. That water does not sound pleasant. There's something fundamentally wrong with it. I think I'll
You're telling me.
go along for now.
Tony's gonna like get up slowly, like he's beaten to within an inch of his life, so it takes a little while for him to get up. And then he'll
You pick
like
one of your 6 heads and wipe a bit of blood off your mouth.
yeah, for instance, like using the knuckles, like the fist to like get up completely and everything, and then turn around and look a little bit at the water, and then kick a rock into it, and then start walking away really quickly.
Right. At this
You
point,
look terrible.
LeBron's going to offer Atoli some berries if he wants them.
Oh, for the hell of it, yeah, sure.
How many more berries? Do I have?
Finally.
It took him what 30 sessions and within an inch of my life, but he finally managed.
I
got
give
him. You got him.
give you 19 berries to chew on.
Yeah, it had to be an odd number, so I can't just like add it easily to my health pool, right? It had to be a fucking weird number, so now I have to do math.
At this point, Nabarlin he'll put Ignatius away and get on Blondie as they make their way out. God.
I need something to eat.
Does he walk on all fours?
Oh yes, he, for all intents and purposes, looks like a giant cat with a pair of wings.
You can ask
Wait,
him
Like
for
the
a
size
ride.
of a tiger?
Uh,
The size of an elephant, I think.
like not quite an elephant, but it's definitely bigger than a normal tiger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like bigger
How
than
big would
NASA.
that be? Like a moose.
Yes,
Yeah.
imagine a tiger the size of a moose. That's sufficiently terrifying.
Tiger moose.
a tooth.
A tooth.
The Hydra is gone. Is that on purpose, or is that he just wasn't added back?
Sorry, I removed it. But it went back into its spot over here.
Okay, so it's
let me-
still there.
Is
I
there?
didn't know if like
Is any of its head still lying around here?
As a matter of
did
fact,
it grow back all of its heads?
yeah, this point it would have
more
grown
so.
back. Yeah,
It has
Because,
more heads. Good job.
Yeah, it lost
Nabarlin.
it lost 3 heads and it regained 6. So it currently has
A lot.
10 heads.
Because if one of the heads is back here, it's been about 20 hours since it totally ate, so he's gonna pick that up
Sure.
and kind of eat it.
Chomp.
Yeah.
Is that considered cannibalism?
No, it's not the same family.
actually, you know what?
Both have scales.
Nabarlin will take one of the heads too, and just carry it with him.
Those
Alright.
are big, aren't they?
They're
Hydra heads
How
are
big are they?
pretty. Yeah.
how big are they? Before I just like walk around.
Bigger than a basketball.
Is it basketball size or is it yeah, how big is it?
I love we're continuing the trend with like American. Like,
I swear to God, I'm sitting here just like.
Is it like a meter or something? No, is it like a basketball?
And the worst part is
A watermelon.
the worst part is it's the 2 Americans that fucking started. It's like basketball size? No, it's more like volleyball sized. Like fuck off.
Are those our accents that you're doing there?
No.
How big are Hydra head?
I honestly I think about the size of continuing the trend about two basketballs. I think that's fair.
Okay, yeah, I guess. Actually, you know what? No, he will. He'll strap it to Blondie,
Which is about 6 hamburgers.
Oh my God. About 2.5 bananas in length.
But you strap it to Blondie?
Yeah, as we're going out and as we walk, he will cast gentle repose on it as we're walking out before we get to the city.
I need to know. Do you affix it to Blondie so she can carry it on her back, or so she can carry it near her neck so it looks like she's got like a second head that's like slouching off?
Oh, see, I was just like kind of like the backpack.
That's good
actually
flavor.
really good.
That's good flavor.
Yeah.
That's good flavor right there.
5 more and you got Tiamat.
Yeah, that's you know what? I'm gonna roll and see what Blondie thinks about this. See, let's do a straight roll. We'll do an intelligence roll because this is just how our minds work. So
Sure.
if she gets higher than 10, it'll be a second head because she'll have thought about it and think that's neat. So
Okay.
It's neat.
so here, I'll do it on the screen. Let's just so we can all enjoy this.
Ooh.
10. So yes, it goes on her
-1.
it goes on her
Blondie,
shoulder, so she thinks that's a neat idea.
yeah. And now Blondie's ahead in the game.
Here we go.
I totally gives her like 2 thumbs up. Looks good, girl. Following the trend here. I like it.
We all cross the water and we see the Hydra and
walking off with these like 2 of his heads like, you won't be needing these anymore, right?
Yo.
I will give the Hydra a little thumbs up as he walk by, just to know that he looks good. Looks good with after everything.
I
wonder if Hydra flesh is tasty, because if it is, this is a way to end world hunger very quickly.
Yeah.
I assume with the size of Atoli as well that he would be well fed off of that for the next 24 hours.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Like there's a lot of bone in there, but there's a neck and whatnot, so yeah.
Oh, no, I'm imagining like he's not swallowing the whole thing, like he's ripping like big chunks out of flesh.
Yeah.
As he walks.
You are a snake. You could swallow the whole thing.
Yeah, well, teeth and bones, and you know.
You get like a fat neck. That doesn't look great.
That too. They might get stuck in one side, and uneven pecs. You know, no, it's not a good look.
I imagine you holding like a popcorn basket with the neck up, reaching in there and grabbing like pieces of brain and stuff.
Good stuff. You want any?
No, thanks.
As we walk by, the 3 are still sitting there, and
yes,
the Chancellor. The Chancellor is standing there.
Yes.
Everyone will approach him, and so your queen, your Duchess, is a very interesting. It's a very interesting lady.
Duchess, indeed.
Why does she have your seal?
She doesn't.
He looks at you, looks down at his seal on his shirt, and looks back at you again.
She said she had the Chancellor's seal.
She has him. She has the seal.
Where'd you guys get to?
So, just... Can we gleam if that's the actual seal, or if she has the actual?
Would you know what the actual seal looks like?
I mean, that's tough. I'm gonna have to refer to you on that one, because I've lived and breathed Drakkenheim since his birth.
Yeah, he's the only one who would know if he did know.
You know what? Make me an Arcana check. That would make sense.
Not now, baby.
Ooh.
11.
You think that is the actual crest? It does hum a little bit with magic, so logically that would be one of the crests. It certainly looks like one.
I'm having intrusive thoughts right now, guys.
Wait, so one of those holding onto the crest?
Yes, I'm having them too.
One of those people is holding onto the crest.
Yes, the one that's near me.
What it looks like, yeah.
I totally thinks he's holding onto the crest.
Do I see anything weird about it with my true sight?
No.
No illusions.
Good to know you have true sight.
Sphinxes have true sight.
I totally would then consider you like still chomping on the Hydra's head there a little bit. It's like, is that the actual Chancellor's for the small council's crest?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't seen it up close before. Impressive.
Well, here you have it.
Oh, can I have it?
Oh.
You're very well spoken for someone who has multiple heads.
I speak many languages.
So do I.
So you're not letting me see it. Hands.
In your hands? No. It belongs to the Chancellor. That is me.
That is me.
I totally, Nimberlin talks to totally in Draconic. I had the same thought, but you're considering what we just went through. I think it's best we just leave.
Yeah, but it's like it would be so easy. I mean, just one fireball?
No.
I like to think that fireball is the same in Draconic, so you just hear like blah 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 fireball. and we're all like, what?
Everybody just turns around and is like, wait a minute, what?
Kaboom.
So you guys, you three guys, Tony switches back again. It's like addressing the three guys there. So you guys you're always here?
Yes, we are here to advise the Duchess when she needs it.
But the Duchess doesn't come out of her pool.
That is correct.
You're kind of exposed out here.
To what?
Well, you know, Queen of Thieves, anything that comes down here.
If the Queen of Thieves dares to come down here, we will make sure that she will not be down here for very long.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Fair. Well, we had a nice discussion with the Duchess. It seems we have come to an understanding. We will see you again soon.
So tempted to ask for the seal because we need it to open up the rift.
Yeah. Well, if in Draconic, it's like if they're just going to be down here, we can come back. I would prefer to do this. We didn't almost die.
You didn't almost die.
If you die, I die, totally.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
Whoa.
We are.
That's so cute.
Whoa.
That's the cutest thing I've ever heard. If you die, I die. Oh.
Somehow,
yes,
somewhere,
yes.
Brother Bear's theme song starts playing.
Yeah.
Nope. 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 Only 3 of his head starts blushing.
Tell everybody I'm on my way.
Oh my god, I love that movie. That's a good one. I need to watch that.
It is a good movie.
Brother Bear is like one of the better ones.
It's very good.
In my time, that's not something people did that out in the open. But I guess every culture has its own quirks.
Are you going to be the old grandpa? Oh, I love it already.
Oh yes, Grandpa Cat. Grandpa Cat.
Wait, you're holding hands now? How dare?
Out in the open?
PDA.
Wow, scandalous.
Yeah.
All right.
Scandalous.
It isn't too far back to the Old Town Cistern. From there, is there any particular place you want to go, or is there something you'd like to do in the cistern itself still?
I would like to leave, please. I want off this wild ride.
I want off.
Shall I bring you back to the world map?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Alrighty.
The whole time we're walking, Elodie is just asking for a riddle from the Sphinx.
I really don't think you understand the whole implication of what you're asking.
Is it like culturally insensitive?
No, it's how shall I put it? Mortal minds are not meant to comprehend my riddles.
Also, I'm pretty sure she gets.
Well, that's good because she's undead.
I'm
Pretty
not
sure-
exactly mortal anymore, so
I'm kind of a demigod as well.
Hit me
She-
with those riddles.
If she gets it wrong, you have to kill her. I think that's the rule.
Yeah, if I get it wrong, do you have to eat me? Is that how it works?
That's a bit more inappropriate to ask. No, it's not how that works. No.
I mean, I didn't mean in like that way. I just meant like, you know.
No, that was.
I wasn't even there.
Just Jeremiah one time, and now everyone always thinks about that one thing about sphinxes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I am really, you know, I'm an intelligent person, as well as being
Well,
able to do well. Actually, I look at my intelligence; it's only +1. I thought of, yeah. Elodie thinks she's intelligent, though. She's like,
Yeah,
I'm smart. I could
she is.
totally figure out your riddle, and it would be something to pass the time, like a road trip game.
We're in Drakkenheim. Let's keep that loud discussion and riddling to a minimum. And we'll there's
Okay, Dad.
this is Nerlan's saying all this before he opens the cistern, before he walks back out of the basement here. It's like, we're going back into Drakkenheim. We all barely made it through here. Atoli almost died. Fritz did die.
But I
Glad you're
kind of
with us.
like his replacement more, so.
I'm glad at least something good came of this. We freed a Sphinx, so there's that.
Do you even
Totally.
have a class? This is just me, the player, to Tim. Can you cast spells?
Yes.
no, he can catch mice and he can hiss at you loudly.
Catch mice,
Exactly.
retch, throw up hairballs.
Everyone
That's
is
the most
disgusted.
powerful spell.
It's hairball, not fireball.
So Barlin is planning on going back to the cathedral because he said that he'd be back within a day. That is, we gotta go left. Do we just want to try and? I got ideas. We got a bottle of wine I can give to the king to get back through the gate to butter him up. That might.
Oh yeah,
work.
I want to talk to the trolls. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we can go that way, maybe we
troll.
could negotiate with a bottle of wine.
A bottle of wine as a gate toll. That's curious. I imagine this happening right as we are exiting the sewers.
Yes.
And then Cronward takes in the whole scenery of the city.
Yeah, he's never seen.
Yeah, welcome to
The
Drakkenheim.
size, the devastation, and most importantly, the age of the city that's puzzling him. This city has been around a while, hasn't it?
Yep.
It's been like this for like 15 years.
That's not quite what I meant, but
No, it's been around before that.
it's been. I think a lot more time has passed than I was afraid.
How did you get into that bottle to begin with?
Did you lose a card game?
Not quite.
Did
but
someone solve your riddle? I'm just really harping on the riddle thing, guys.
I wish that sly bastard. I'd say I'd get him for that, but I don't think he's around anymore.
No, he
sadly.
got.
What's the name of this person?
Starts with an F, ends with a Ritz.
No. I honestly have never heard that one. His name was Varric. At least that's the one he told me.
Barrett.
But I guess he's lucky that he's dead already.
Does that name ring a bell?
No, it shouldn't.
Does it ring
If
a
I
bell
remember
for me?
correctly, Drakkenheim has been around for several hundred years before the meteor, right?
Yeah.
Oh, correct. Yeah. So I quickly looked up the date. It is currently, the start of the adventure was March 4th, 1128.
Roughly
Drakkenheim was...
roughly the same time we started playing the campaign.
Yeah. That is when the campaign started.
No, I mean like
March 4th.
when we started playing.
Yeah, like in the world.
Oh, like for real? Yeah.
Yes. That's how much happened. Yeah.
Yeah, the city has been around for hundreds of years, correct?
Yes, just so you players have a bit of context. Cronward has heard of Drakkenheim as this new city founded recently, far off.
Oh.
And now he's
no.
realizing it's
Whoa.
been a while since the city has been founded.
Been a while.
Oh, yes. That's why this Varric guy definitely doesn't ring a bell anymore.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Hundreds of years.
So, how old are you, kitty cat?
Well, since I'm still not quite sure what calendar you're using, it's a bit difficult to say how long it's been since I was born. But the moment I was imprisoned, I think I've been around for almost 700 years in this form. And a few more before that.
There's a tinge of
many-
There's a tinge of jealousy to Atoli's look at Cronwood.
Yes, not everyone looks quite as good at my age.
No, I just achieved
God.
demigodhood, so.
Oh. That's quite an accomplishment for a mortal.
He'll nod his head all in unison.
That looks really funny. Like six of those heads, like wop.
So I guess we just make our way back the same way we came and get to the gate.
All right. With that bottle, you will be able to get through. Is there anything you'd like to do at the gate, or is it just like, hi, here's the bottle, let us go through? Because I will allow that, unless you have specific roleplay that you want to do here.
I didn't, but anybody else?
No, he wanted to invite us in for like something last time, if we had the time for it, but it might just be a filler episode kind of thing.
I'm fine with just going on.
Okay, let's just go on.
Let me put it this way. You guys are not full health, and this might not be the best moment to do this.
So,
let's
anyway, carry
do
on.
an Aboleth 2.0. Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah. And so we'll go back. We'll keep going back the way we came. So we didn't go through the square. We came like through, like down this way. That. And then
during this time, Cronrad would be asking around to whoever would entertain his curiosity about what exactly happened with the city, because it doesn't look like the typical human town.
Atoli would fill him in on his events from basically when he was a child.
Oh, a meteor. How quaint. There shouldn't have been one for quite a long time.
Excuse you?
You know about meteors? And
No. Listen to his wording. There shouldn't have been one for quite a long time.
I mean, time. But I don't think I've been there for more than 1,000 years, and I don't remember anything like that for the foreseeable forecast.
Wait,
so
you
it
can
was
see the future?
It was predicted there would be one?
Well, they happen all the time, but mostly they are inconsequential. But the whole temple I guarded.
Oh.
Our whole idea was observing the night sky, observing the stars, and reading what they are to tell us. So I'd like to imagine we had quite a good grasp on everything.
When these kinds of things would happen.
Yes, that's why I'm confused.
Well, no one in the town saw it. No one in the city saw it coming. They had tons of smart wizards and stuff, and they didn't see it coming. So maybe it just wasn't predictable.
They saw it coming.
Oh, you know more?
Yeah, we saw the recording at the telescope. They saw it.
Yeah, like
getting
a couple of days ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, but days is not like you can usually predict this stuff like way farther ahead. Like We know when
Yeah.
Hallie's comet is coming back. Um,
Yeah. Okay. Do we make it to the tower with any issues?
I did a subtle DM roll, and yes, you do.
Okay.
I would also ask, I was about to say Fritz, Quran word, right?
Yes.
About the, uh, if he's ever heard of meteors made of, um, purple magic stone. We call it delirium.
Oh, I can't say I
That's
have, no.
why everything's all, you know,
Purpley.
purple.
Oh, so I can. So that's just the city. That's not the rest of the world.
Not yet.
That sounds a bit ominous.
That's what we're here to fix.
Oh, so there is something wrong happening.
Yes, the world is not supposed
Yeah.
to be pink. Purple.
I'll take your word for it.
But you've never heard of a magic purple stone before?
Oh, I've heard of plenty magic purple stones. You wouldn't imagine how common this color appears, but delirium doesn't ring a bell. No.
Okay. Have you heard of and she'll say the name of that Isles? Isle of
The
Skye?
Isles of
Is that
Skye.
what it is? Yeah.
Would he have?
It's a piece of land, so yes, you would have. I don't know if you know the significance will be lost on you because it's just an island.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it on maps, I remember, but I was never too interested in the far south, I think it was. I had plenty to do in my temple, so.
Was it your temple or were you just the guardian of the temple?
Well, I was the guardian, but I like to get a bit possessive about it, so.
Like a caretaker, kind of.
Yes. A humble warden. Maybe not so humble.
And astronomers came there to look at stuff?
They didn't only come there, they lived there. It was both an a place of observation, but it also was a temple. It was also a place of storing knowledge. It was so much. And now it's gone.
I wonder if it's still around somewhere. Maybe not without your protection.
Things don't stay around for that long. Not without a firm hand.
So true. Well, this is the clock tower.
It's a tower, right? And what is the significance of that? Why are we heading here?
It's kind of our base of operations.
We needed to take a rest here. Some of us
You really do.
have been through it.
I can tell.
Yep. To this point, if we did take a long rest, this would actually put us back in line with morning. We would sleep through the night, wake up in the morning, unless we were like in the memory world for way longer than I thought.
No, the memory world itself was like a minute, like if that, maybe even a second. Like that, time dilates when you go to another thing and whatnot. So, yeah, your timeline is absolutely correct. You come here, and if you sleep, say, about 8 hours, it should be morning. Yes.
I think regardless of what anyone else is going to do, Atoli is going to pass out considering what he was through.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
that's why we came here.
I will be taking a long rest.
Yep.
As all of you take a long rest.
I'll take some watches for a little bit if people need to watch.
You don't
Just
sleep.
Would also.
Just to see. And do I sleep? Yeah, do I sleep? I'm a revenant.
No, you're dead.
You don't. You do take rest, and this is your first
Kinda
time
like
taking a long rest, right?
well, technically, we would have taken one, uh,
Before
after
we
I woke
went.
up, before we went, but,
All right.
this is my first time, like or second time, I guess. Maybe she wasn't like, she just woke up and had full health, so she might have not rested, honestly,
Sure.
for
Maybe
that
you
first
already
one.
had your
So,
yeah.
yeah.
So then let's take this one as your first long rest. Yeah, I need a roll from you.
Oh, what kind of roll?
Let me quickly look.
Also, Cromwell wouldn't be taking a rest. He would be probably out on some balcony and just looking at the sky.
That's fair. Yeah.
He spent quite a bit of time
Okay.
resting.
Yeah.
Is he gonna jump on a table and rest on that?
I don't think their
Personally.
table's that big there.
He's gonna find a big cardboard box to jump in.
If I fits, I sits.
That's what my kitten has been obsessed with. I got a bunch of Amazon packages the other day, and she's like, got a playground going on.
All right. I would like a normal plain D20.
Just a D20. Okay.
And pray tell, you don't roll a 1 or a 20.
1 or a 20?
Mm-hmm.
Pass on peacefully to the afterlife.
Oh.
Woo! That was close. Okay.
You just rest.
Okay.
That is
I think
nice.
she tries to fall asleep and then kind of finds that she doesn't really. And is just kind of lying there like, like when you're really awake and you just kind of wait for sleep and it just takes forever.
Yeah, you
And I
start
think she
questioning yourself like, I'm in
probably,
bed, it's late, I should feel tired.
yeah,
I'm
like,
not.
why am I not tired?
So
I think
every
she
night?
kind of like drifts off into like kind of like a daydream kind of dozy
Sure.
thing, but it's not like deep REM sleep like she's used to.
I like that.
Yeah.
Looking out from the top of the tower, do I see the night sky, or is there still some more clouds covering it?
It's an amalgamation of, but you can see some of the night sky, sure.
Oh, can I?
As we go to bed, Braun once again will offer to do air bubble on anyone. Braun just always does it to him and Blondie, but I guess I'm gonna start just reminding people that he offers that to everybody else when he can. So,
Right.
Is there a particular reason for that precaution?
Oh.
no,
Do you
actually,
find
shit.
yourself,
We walked through the
drowning a lot?
haze. We walked through the
We
haze
walked
on the
through
way
deep
out.
haze. Yeah.
Did Cromwell
Without
have
him.
to do a haze check?
He didn't have a bubble, did he?
No, he didn't.
No.
No, yeah, you totally do.
Does this count as spell or magical effect?
Yeah, but it's one of those, like the book says, it should not be counted as such because it's special.
Okay, so magic resistance doesn't work here.
No.
So it's a con save?
That is indeed a con save. And I'm quickly checking what the effect of it was again.
That's a 19.
I think you're
Pretty good.
fine. Let's see, D-Pace. Yeah, it doesn't take more than an hour to get to the tower. No, you're fine. You do not take anything. You just feel it feels weird. Like this is the first time you're in this, but you don't take any damage.
Braun will explain. He will actually explain all that back then. Like he would have told him about this deep haze and went through it and what that was. So you already know what the air bubble's for.
Oh, in that case, I would appreciate that, yes.
I'll take it as well.
Okay. Anatoly, would you like a air bubble?
He's passed out.
Oh. He will put actually no, does it have to be willing? Let me just double check real quick.
I think it's just any creature.
Usually it says you touch a willing creature, but yeah, I mean, check. If it doesn't say the word willing, then you technically
it
can.
says the head of a willing creature. So
there you go.
Oh, poop.
Consent's important, guys. He didn't consent, so I can't just.
That's true. That's true. Consent is important.
Yes. So I can't just be sliding weird things over sleeping people.
Putting berry hats on.
This whole haze thing sounds rather unpleasant. And you mentioned it's spreading.
Yes. Which brings us to the next part of our journey. Not sure where we're going will feel about. Actually, how will they feel about a giant sphinx, or a large sphinx rather? Elodie, I want to ask that you wear a classic robe garb, like have a little hoodie up.
Oh, for sure.
And don't draw too much attention to yourself. I just don't want to have that conversation if I don't have to. The Sphinx, there's not really a way to hide you. I mean, they're fine with the dragon, so I mean, why not a Sphinx?
I was going to ask if you would accept my help with this situation, because I take it you are trying to do something about this haze situation, from what I've gathered.
Yes, and if you wanted to come with us, there's a lot of machinations happening right now. One of them involves essentially bringing back a powerful entity to help combat the meteor itself.
You make that sound as if it could be problematic.
I've never done this before, so
Few people have.
yeah. So it's a first time for everything. That said, are we okay? And this is kind of Barlin's thing. So like, is everybody okay going back to the cathedral?
Why are we going back there again?
Are you
Barlin
gonna
said
wait?
am I gonna wait?
No, I'm gonna. Are you gonna wake Totally up, or because like?
No, yeah, I'm assuming I wake you up already. In the morning. Yeah.
This is the morning, yeah.
Before the morning, you would have maybe noticed Nesbit wouldn't have talked at all while going back to the tower. And in the tower, he would have gone to one of the balconies, just closed the door, and you would have just heard him working, doing his stuff, but like slower, not in the same rhythm. And also, like, basically, he just experienced eldritch horrors beyond human comprehension, kind of. I think that's what happened. Like he's very
he's not
very,
even sure. Yeah.
he's a very rational being. All the stuff in Drakkenheim is weird and fucked up, but there's like some magical stuff, and yeah, that's fine. But the stuff he's seen with the Duchess, it's like the fuck. So he would have been starting just to think, to try to understand. And I think instead of resting, he will try something he probably hasn't, because again, he's very rational. He would think about making stuff and so on. He would probably, instead of resting, try to meditate, kind of, and try to see if, like, his stance was there isn't anything too big out there, but there is scary stuff out there. Can he get something from his crystal, any connection, anything that is embedded into him, that he would basically try to meditate and try to listen to the crystal instead of sleeping. But that's completely all outside.
Yes, there is actually something. How long do you spend doing this?
I mean, we did say his long rest is like only half the time, so like 4 hours.
Yep.
You have half the time for your long rest because of the crystal?
No,
That's
just
crazy.
because he's working in the night.
Oh, no, because
That's
of...
normal.
He's
right,
perpetually
because
wearing
we're...
himself out.
Yeah, that's normal.
Yeah.
That's normal for him.
So let's say you focus, you basically try to do something with this crystal for 4 hours total.
Yeah.
Okay. You can make me a Constitution saving throw with advantage.
Also, if anything really special happens, it would be cool if the others would know. That's just another.
Well, you're doing outside.
We have
you
too
have the
many.
door closed,
We have too many
so-
secrets from each other.
Yeah, seriously, too many secrets in this party.
Yep.
I just want to be fair. That with the crystal, before he implanted it in himself, he said multiple times, those are crazy bastards, but they have something that works. He wants to try to understand it further. And he has shown interest in gathering the crystal and implanting it. And nobody has asked him about that since then. So, just as a point, it's not a secret. It's just
It is a
nobody
point,
bothers.
yeah.
I'm not. Trust me, there's a lot of things that are fairly obvious that nobody has asked Katoli about either. But I'm just saying, there's a couple of people missing in Drakkenheim.
Are you still wearing your armor?
Probably.
Okay.
It's also like his work clothes, so yeah.
You will feel that with that dirty 20 that you rolled, you will feel that the crystal is humming, it's pulsating. And as it is, you feel safe. And that's a strange feeling in this city, but you feel safe. The haze and everything, it means little to you. It means a lot to others. You've seen people suffer, but you are more in tune with the fact that the haze cannot get to you now that you have embedded this crystal in your body. However, there is a second part to this, and this is where that roll comes in. You feel a pull toward the crater, not as if you have to go there, but you feel that there is a kinship with it almost. You're not exactly sure what that means. You don't feel that you have to go there. You're not charmed or anything. But the meteor feels, for lack of a better word, a little bit more like a friend.
Oh, hell
You're not sure
no.
what to make of that, probably.
Is it mind overwriting friend, or is it I feel friendly to that? Wait, hold up. Why am I feeling friendly to that? Can he like think it over?
Definitely the second. There is no grasp of, like, there's no agency being taken away from you from this. It's just a feeling, but the feeling is very strong.
Okay.
It's the feeling that you really need to pee. You can rationalize, no, I don't, but the feeling is still there. But like you don't have to go, but you still feel it.
Okay.
And thus it becomes morning.
In that case, Brian wakes totally up. Then he goes to the door that's been closed, and he's like, "Hey, buddy. Hey, how you doing out here?" This is Nasta, by the way, because she had her door closed on the balcony.
You see him getting up. I'm fine. I think we have stuff to talk about, though.
We always do, don't we?
And he will come in. So, my first question would be, I assume the Duchess will be able to watch over us and everything we say from now on. I feel like she would keep an eye on us. Let's say that.
She was able to do that beforehand, at least within a certain range. I don't think that's changed at all.
I think Atoli would definitely try to seek out that same connection as he felt before when they left the tower to go in search of her. See if that was still there, if she is indeed trying to keep an eye on them.
Give me a
Would be Arcana for him, wouldn't it?
yeah, let's make it Arcana.
$16.
There is not really a sense of something trying to penetrate your mind at the moment. So either she has let go entirely, or she's at least currently not listening in, so to speak.
Totally would
She could just
convey that as well. He doesn't feel anything, any presence, but
she did give us a she did give us a directive, which I don't think any of us really oppose anyway. So
let's go kill a queen.
Oh yeah, except for Cromwell, who has no idea what's going on.
He's just sitting there looking from one person to the other as the conversation goes on, like that cat in the bean.
Kill a queen? What?
I disagree with the final goal.
What's the final goal?
What final goal?
She's apparently trying to reach for power.
Well, yeah, I disagree completely as well. I
but
also
you said
disagree.
you would. But you said you would partner up with her and help her reach that goal.
I didn't say I'd help her. Like, we're not at that point yet. Our interests are so aligned. I'm willing to help her out. We haven't reached that final point yet. There's no point in going against someone when we can mutually help each other. She could have killed us then, and she didn't. And she gave us a task, and I'm willing to honor that task.
I mean, we gotta kill the queen no matter what, so.
Exactly.
But you don't intend to follow through with everything, she said.
I have no intention of helping her.
You know me well enough to know that answer.
Yeah, Nespep, come on, trust us.
You're dead.
Okay.
What? Why does that mean anything?
Sorry, it's a reptile. It's a reptile thing. I see heat and you're just cold.
Well, I can't help it.
True.
So
these still work, and she makes a knife.
That threat?
No, it's just an observation that I still have a little bit of juju left. A little bit of joie de vie. Anyway.
Yes, I'm alive as long as I can kill my adversaries. I've seen that philosophy before.
Exactly.
So did I actually.
Kronword gets me. Kronword gets me.
I need to return to the cathedral. It would be
what
nice
are we
if you all
talking to the paladins about?
I told them I'd return the next day.
Right.
Well, if we're taking her there, she should probably cover up. They only barely accept me, so.
Yeah.
No one worry about me needing to cover up. I'll just hide. It's fine.
Yeah, she's a rogue, man. This is like her.
I got a hood.
Her thing.
I can't roll lower than a 24 on stealth.
Totally gets like this completely blank look on her face, because like knowing everything that we've been through with Elodie so far, yeah, she'll just hide.
Fuck you, dude.
I didn't say anything.
As a person. I can't learn. But you made a face. You made a little snake face, and I'm not into it. Okay.
I made 7 of them. Okay.
It's 7 snake faces.
7 snake faces.
Very sassy faces.
Sassy.
Also, what did you want at the cathedral, actually? Something about summoning the golden dragon, or something like that. But what did they actually want from us?
They were having to get some things together, so I'm basically they were having to get some stuff in order, and I was told I'd come back in a day to talk it through again with them.
But they wanted to purge the city with a dragon, right? Or something like that.
No, this was not about purging the city. This was about the meteor itself.
I mean, yeah, purge the city from the meteor. I don't know.
Now I know, like that's a tough thing for Nespip now. This is that's since you got a buddy over there apparently.
First, you don't know about it.
I
Second,
don't know that yet. Yeah, I don't know that yet.
I will not say more about that.
Yeah. But I mean, tomorrow's going, and would you all like to come with me, or do you have other plans?
Yeah.
I'll come with you, but you won't see me following you.
Nesper will come with.
I will come along and try to help you in your endeavors. They seem sufficiently noble for me.
Sufficiently noble. I love
Wow.
that.
Wow. Tim just making a total turnaround on the kind of character that you want to play.
That's nice for a change. It's good to hear you say that.
It really is. It really is. It's nice to be in the morally good.
So do we make our way over here?
To 11. Yes, that is indeed the cathedral.
It's literally just right down the road. So
that's short a walk. You don't need to make a check, because I imagine before you set out, you actually look from the tower to see if there's anything on the road over there, and if you see that there's nothing there, you actually go and cross. So
I imagine that the paladins would be setting up dutiful patrols and everything as well.
So that is an interesting point that I was just wanted to make. Even though there are paladins patrolling over here, I'd wager that you notice that the presence is thin. Like, not troubling thin, but there's a lot less paladins than you saw before.
Have anything to do with the fact? Does anything to do with that purple haze at 21 now?
Wait, there's a purple haze at 21?
Yeah.
There always has been a purple haze at 21.
Yeah. That's not deep haze. That's just decoration then.
No, it is deep haze actually.
Not 21. I'll be going to the 4. That's what we've been walking through. Never mind. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got confused.
That's all good. But no, it has nothing to do with that. But yeah, you don't necessarily see a reason unless you ask, maybe. There's still paladins around, so it's not like they deserted this place or anything. It's just, let's just say about half of the people that you saw before. So quite a difference.
Barlin walking in, but I don't think we're not like on a buddy basis with any of just the rando guards, so I wouldn't ask any of them about it.
Before we go in, as we're walking, Elodie is hidden from you, but she can still see you. So she is going to do her what's the thing? Where's the feature? My little connection with you through
the telepathy thing.
The telepathy thing, but I can't find it. Where'd it go? I'm looking in features and traits. I don't freaking see it. That's weird.
Yeah, I'm looking too.
Psychic Whispers. Okay.
The Psychic Whispers and the Psionic Powers.
Yes. So I will roll a d8. Only 2. Okay. Me and Nabarlin and Atoli I will establish connection with. and just kind of be like, hey, reach out if you need anything. I'll be hiding nearby.
Fine.
For the temple. Oh, or for the cathedral.
And we'll go into the cathedral then.
All right.
So you don't need to put my guy in there if you don't want to, or you can put me outside.
Already done.
Perfect.
Right there where everybody can not see you.
Yeah.
Elodie, just so you know, you are there.
Perfect.
Hey.
As you all come back in, even inside the cathedral, there is less occupancy, if you will, but there are quite a few people here still. One amongst which is Ophelia, and she has gathered quite a few acolytes around her, you noticed.
Ophelia. The patrols seem less. They're coming in.
That is correct.
Is everything all right?
Right now, we are having to deal with the dangers of Drakkenheim and the constant assaults on our routes between here and our base camp. We have more patrols on the entire road, and because of that, patrols around the cathedral have been lessened, but it's nothing that you should worry about. We still have the same presence in the city. It's just spread out a bit. There's nothing we can handle.
So voice sound a little rushed in comparison to, like a little stressed out, maybe?
Good catch. She sounded a little more speedy. I'm surprised you picked up on that.
I'm even a little tipsy.
She's usually so relaxed and like kind of languorous and like her southern drawl.
Hey, I appreciate that. I try, okay?
I totally would like still stand behind the bar and look at her like, are you okay?
More than fine, totally. And you? How's your new shape treating you?
Fine. Though I
Good.
do sense that you're a little bit put off or stressed, perhaps.
I'd say that excited is the better word. If what is going to transpire soon is going to transpire, we will achieve a major feat and something that hasn't been done over hundreds of years.
Go on. Sounds exciting.
Speaking of that feat, have you gathered what you needed?
We have. Do you have what you need?
I do.
I will say, it is strange, isn't it? We've had a brief communication with our leader in Illyria. And we conveyed what is potentially about to transpire. She too was shocked that of all that would pick up Ignatius and set this in motion, it would be an outsider, not even of our faith, but of our lands. You come from distant shores and, well, we're looking forward to what that means. We can't fully grasp our minds around it, but sometimes faith does work in mysterious ways.
If I've understood what I've read, Ignatius himself was not. Was in a very similar situation I was when he came to your faith.
That is correct. And perhaps that is why it must be like this.
My faith is strong, but my knowledge isn't. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention that there is a bit of anxiety I have. I've never done something to this scale before. I brought
I understand.
back Dragon multiple times, but this is something in Gestures to Blondie. This is something entirely different.
Indeed, it is. But I do see it as foreshadowing that you're able to do that. Of course, the entirety of our faith stands behind you, unified and ready to help you as you perform the ritual.
Hold up now, what?
Ready?
Nabarlan? Sidebar?
Objection.
Actually, where'd you go? Oh. Yes.
What ritual?
The one.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be more specific, buddy.
The only ritual I told you that I'd be performing. Ophelia.
Yes.
What do you need from me?
If you have everything that you need, then walk with me to the catacombs.
Let's go.
Does everyone join in going to the catacombs?
Yeah.
Are we like invited, obviously, or does she just ignore the rest of the party?
Ignoring is a strong word, but she is definitely focused on Nibarlan. You notice that the rest of the people around here sort of look at the rest of you expectantly as they know that you are all together. They don't know you, obviously, Cronward, but they do see you walking together with them, so they sort of surmise that you're part of the group. So you're not invited, but you're definitely not blocked.
I would actually look to Tully and motion for him to follow.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Do you mentally connect with Elodie to tell her that you're going down / that she can come or not?
I'm not going to, I'm going to tell her we're going down. I'm not going to risk messing this up at this very moment by trying to get her to come in.
That is fine. In that case, Elodie will not be joining you here. And then we will go here. As you descend the final staircase into the resting place of Argonath, the dragon pit underneath the cathedral, you've been here, this is your third time that you're here. So the place feels familiar in a way, though vastly different than previously, because you're here with a purpose, a very big and different purpose than last time. What do you do?
Ophelia, do I I know what I need to do. I just don't know how to do it. I, I, I I'm just gonna walk and uh,
Do you step? Yeah, go ahead.
Step. Yes, I walk onto the oil.
All right. As you step onto the oil itself, Ophelia will pull out a bit of parchment and she will start to pray. From ash to breath, from breath to flame, we call the first fire by its ancient name. Argonath, worm below, hearken to the blood that once crowned you in gold. Saints falter, kings perish, but fire endures. Bound beneath this house of false salvation, rouse thyself, O he who waits in coals. She looks at you, and you get the feeling that you're needed to sacrifice something.
I'm assuming it's the perfect geode from the crater.
I'll allow you to make that assumption.
Or
You okay, Niboro?
yeah, I was told, this is for everybody to know, I was told that in order to do this, it would require something from Drakkenheim, and it was implied that it was the pristine geode.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm here. I'm wondering if it's Blondie.
Just making sure. Do you need a moment?
Yeah.
Hard.
Well, yeah.
Tough stuff, man. Blondie's the best.
You can throw Thali in there.
Throw Tali in there.
expendable.
You can just rebuild him. Tali 2.0.
Yes, we have the technology.
he's made out of trash of Drakkenheim. That's probably fine.
Man, it makes me wish we still had Fritz. We could just sacrifice
That would be
That
so
only works one time per day.
That would be so appropriate.
Virtual hug to you, my dear.
So she just looks at me, waiting for me to do something.
Yes.
No indication of. Well, even though she even said that it was a diamond that she needed, and the alternative was the geode. All I can think. Blondie's committed to this cause. So, he's holding the geode, and he pulls Ignatius out. He doesn't say the word, Because that'll be very bad for all of us if he did. If I gather this correctly.
Mm.
So he holds the geode and yeah. He he kills Blondie.
Before you do,
Yeah.
as you get your sword ready above her neck, you hear Ophelia speak up, and she speaks up not in a raised voice, but in a gentle voice. No, Nibarlan. I see it in you. The courage, the terrible love you would give her up. Not because you must, but because you believe the world demands it. That's what makes you worthy, not the blade. To offer up that which is closest to your heart, that is not weakness. That's the clearest sign the gods ever get. You don't have to lose her. You have already proven you would, and that is the difference between those who seek power and those entrusted with it. You are the one for this task, Nibarlan. Not because you'd sacrifice Blondie, but because you don't need to.
Okay.
It's a better outcome, right?
Tears, so many tears. Oh.
Well, that's a relief.
I figured as much. I was prepared for the fact that you might consider that was going to be a neat thing here.
I'll explain in a minute.
Yeah, I'm curious because there's something more here than just Blondie.
Yeah. It's a mistake. Not a mistake, but anyway. I guess I hold that geode then, because I'm guessing that's the secret sauce for this.
Mm-hmm.
If there's, I guess I gotta crush it, don't I?
It's very hard to crush a thing like that, but perhaps you can just
drop it in the water. Drop it in the oil.
I will put it in the oil. I'm not going to let go of it. I put it in the oil though.
Right. As it touches the oil, you can feel the crystal itself dissolve immediately, as if you put sugar in water. And Ophelia continues, her voice breaking into two tones. One still her own, but the other more ancient and inhuman. In the hollow of death you slumber. In the shadow of saints you dream. Now wake, O flame tyrant, for thy hour has come again. And you can feel the water moving, not just a little bit. Almost the entire pool is waving. And you can hear a voice grumbling from underneath as it says, I am the breath that burned this world. I am the fire that fell from the sky. I am Argonath.
Whoa.
And you dare to summon me. And he looks intently at you, Nibarlan.
At this point, I guess the geode's been dissolved, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll stand up with Blondie and I'll speak in Draconic to him. And Argonath, while you slept, Drakkenheim has cracked and crumpled. Its once great city is but a wasteland, and the corruption here threatens the rest of the world. Your purging flame stands between annihilation and salvation. We need you to answer the call.
Argonath is still intently looking at you, and before he answers, you see that his eyes slightly shift, like he's still looking at you, but you notice that his eyes look to your side, where you have a sword. Imagining that you have like sheathed the sword at this point, or are you still holding it?
Yes.
Okay. He's looking
No,
at your sword.
No, I had sheathed it when she.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's looking over there. He's not saying anything yet, but he's looking at it.
I'll draw it and present it and say, you know who this is. He has deemed me worthy to. Okay, go ahead. He has deemed me worthy to find you.
I feel the heat of old blood, the call of fire long forgotten. I remember this world, yet I do not remember leaving it as such. I ruled before, and I will set things straight. You wield Ignatius. You have been deemed worthy. If the world is in its hour of need, I will assist.
And he lowers himself into the oil a bit. It seems as if you'd want, you could climb atop this dragon.
Oh shit.
Why do you think I came all this way?
Do you climb on top of it?
Yep.
Awesome.
And Blondie, I guess, also gets on the shoulder because this is tiny by comparison.
You have summoned me, not with chains, but with will. And so I rise, not as your beast, but as the reckoning of this world. Let the skies burn again in righteous fire.
And Argonath flies up, bursting through the floor of the catacomb, bursting through the floor of the cathedral as he flies up.
Oh shit.
It totally
I don't
looks
know,
to what's her face?
Ophelia?
Ophelia. I'm not paying for that.
There's no need. Soon everything will be set straight. Argonath has returned.
Soon
we should rejoice.
Soon everything will be set to the flame.
Yes. Argonath is currently in the city. Do you have an immediate goal with him or not?
Well, we're not on the back of him.
You're not, no. But Nubara is.
This is where the Mad King whispers, "Burn them! Burn them all!"
Burn them all. No.
Burn the heretics.
Like, I feel like what the dragon said is distinctly different to what the other people said. So
Yeah.
One of these things just doesn't belong here.
I don't know how long it takes to get there, but I will.
Mere seconds. Like, this is a dragon.
Like two wing flaps.
Before
in American measures.
I do rapidly explain the situation and what is there and what is going to happen if this thing is to the world, if this continues to spread.
Okay.
Oh, to the dragon.
Well, no, yeah, I explain this to the dragon.
The dragon will immediately explain back to you that such a blight upon this planet cannot be and must be purged. You fly over to the crater, right?
Yep.
All right. You are currently flying above the crater. And even though there is a large swath of deep haze, you can see the center because you're flying pretty much above it. You're not exactly above the meteor just yet, because flying right above it implicates a couple of other things with eldritch lightning and whatnot, so that isn't into play just yet. I have to ask a couple of things. Are you going to set Argonath on the meteor?
Set him on the meteor? Set him down on the meteor?
No, as in, are you going to let him attack the meteor?
Yes, that was the entire plan. I'm going to have him blow that thing the fuck up.
All right. Then I have one final question for you before we enact that. Are you sure?
We're not close to the nuclear blast site here.
Totally would make his way back to the clock tower, knowing that's the best vantage point to find any large dragon in the city.
Are you
Do you
telling
have
us
time for that?
Yeah, I don't think we have time.
No. He doesn't. Obviously, he doesn't have time for that. But he will still make his way there to see, to try and see.
So you're gonna be in the streets.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like being underground is a very good place to be.
I feel like being underground is fine. Yeah, Elodie, as soon as she's like, "Oh my god, he's going right now," she will reveal herself from where she was hiding in the shadows of the cavern and just be like, "I think we should stay down here and wait for the big boom."
Yeah, well, it totally doesn't heat that, as he has an accord with Nibarland.
Okay.
But yeah, as I go, we're still connected to Elodie. I will tell her that I don't know what's going to happen, but
look at me, I'm on a dragon.
This was my purpose here, and so yeah, Barry, I'm sure this is the whole reason why I'm here.
That is correct.
And she'll say, "Good luck, friend. May your god be with you."
He's writing on it. We better.
All right. Wow.
DM has been stunned.
To a degree.
Did you not think he'd go with it? Go through with it?
I partially did. And a couple of sessions ago, I asked all of you a very important question.
Oh no!
Are you okay with the ramifications of your choices when you make them?
Yep.
Because some of them can be dire.
Yep. And this is one of them.
Is dire.
I feel like it's the fallout blowing up the city that's gonna happen.
And Barry, I don't know what the fallout is, but this is
yeah, this is Nibarland's
this makes sense.
Sure.
I was about to say you're not retconning this one. I
can't. This is his entire purpose. Everything that I've been doing has led up to this moment, and it has to happen.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
Here we go.
The breath of Argonath, golden and divine, met the core of the meteor with celestial fury. A roar split the sky, and in an instant, time itself seemed to stop. Then came the detonation.
Oh no.
A second sun bloomed over Drakkenheim.
Christian, you're too happy about this.
The city didn't burn, it ceased. Tower, bone, ruin, flesh, all are vaporized in a sphere of unmaking. Stone turned to steam, the rivers boil away. The delirium, so long the poison and the prize of this cursed place, shattered into screaming shards of unbound magic flung like shrapnel into the sky. And from the planet's wound, something crawled out. A shadow made of hunger, a behemoth of scale and horn, hatred etched into every inch of its impervious flesh.
I know what it
The Tarask, born of chaos and divine contradiction, howled into the sky, a sound that broke birds from the air and sent tides recoiling. It stumbled forward, then ran. South, east, it didn't matter. It would not stop. Argonath, scorched and weakened, took wing once more, but not in triumph. His roar echoed with grief, not victory. He had fulfilled his pact and broken the world in doing so. Those who survived the blast, scarred, half-mad, changed, would speak of the end of Drakkenheim as the first end, not the last. The sky remains cracked. The seasons no longer follow their order. And across the realms, every god, every scholar, every tyrant, and every king watches the horizon with fear. As bits and parts of the meteor spread around the planet, embedding themselves in many a city, a forest, a plain, and a biome, more of these crystals started to emerge, and the planet slowly got overgrown. The age of kingdoms is ending. The world is waking into something worse. And that is the end of your campaign.
Did we all die? We all fucking died?
Yes.
Oh no!
It's one of the endings. It is one of the endings. I foresaw that this might have been one of the endings that we were heading towards.
Oh my god.
Well, that second chance lasted long.
So much for that 8 to 10 sessions.
That went a little quicker than I anticipated. Yes.
Chris, how you feeling, bud?
You good there, dude?
So Barry,
yes.
I just went with it.
Yeah.
Because you did say that in order to control Argonath, you needed all the pieces of. I actually fully intended to not resurrect him today, and that we would have to fight the queen, get the
rest of the crest,
get the rod, for me to resurrect him.
Yeah.
I kept going with it because we kept going, so I got to ask what happened there.
What do you mean? What happened there?
Like, why was I able to get him without all the items? Because we were missing the rod.
The only thing that you're missing is the rod, but the rod is not with the queen. The rod was always with the paladin. So when you asked to gather all the items, you had everything. The queen only was after the seals, and she has quite a few of them. She doesn't care for the paladin things because she feels there's nothing dangerous.
But she just sold it. She just sold it to him then.
Yes, and the paladins got it back. She doesn't care about the religious artifacts. They were the buyer. They were very interested in it. The queen wasn't. This is the one fallacy that the queen has. She doesn't understand the raw power of a dragon being resurrected down there, and she doesn't believe that that can be done. It's just a bunch of bones. It's the one thing she doesn't believe in, and that turned on her very quickly.
Tim, did you just put the TPK stickers on?
I got the second one on. That one I had the whole time for our last session. So.
Oh, Tim, that's great. That's great.
It's not a positive ending, but it's an ending. Yeah.
Wow.
Speak of going out with a bang.
God damn it!
How are you feeling, guys?
I'm a little annoyed that I can't write the epic epilogue that I had in mind for Atoli, but okay.
Yeah, no epic epilogue. We are done.
Well, to be fair, Nabarlin survived, because if Argonath survived, then I'm assuming Nabarlin also survived.
You burned off his back, dude. Just kidding.
I'd wager if you're on the back of Argonath, sure. I mean, not everyone in the world dies, but the planet is doomed. Like, that is.
Can a dragon survive an H-bomb?
That's a Google, right? Like.
Huh.
I'm sorry, guys.
See, because I was envisioning with our deal here that from the ruins of Drakkenheim would actually be the smoldering beginnings of Atoli's new empire over this region. Like it would start.
It'll just be very brief.
It would start with the rats, and then more Huan Ti would realize that there was the ascension had taken place and everything, and they would start coalescing as well, and that would be the beginnings of
I had a whole plan with those rats, guys. Oh.
What do? Tell us the rat ending. Give us the rat ending.
I am sorry, but if this is the actual ending, then Isabel should at least get some questions and stuff in, because she leaves before she can get the answers to the next session.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
So
I know that's asking to go overtime today, but I mean, she needs some closure.
Speaking of which, by the way, this will take a second to let land, because usually we all like to be the good guys that win, but this happens.
Oh no!
What does mean administrative?
I was wholly intent on being the bad guy here.
So what this means administratively, I will make sure that next week we can do sort of like a look back episode. Obviously, that is free, so I will make sure that is cancelled. And if you want, we need to start looking forward to potentially another campaign, but we can do that later.
I'm excited.
I'm taking a victory sip.
Go ahead
here.
and ask your questions.
I'm taking a victory sip, even though it's not a victory.
We destroyed the world sip.
That warrants a drink too, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so
cheers, Tim.
What was the queen's class? What was her deal? Was she a wizard? Was she a sorceress?
She was a sorcerer.
Okay.
And she was indeed the daughter of the king.
Right, because she was a royal, yeah.
Yeah. She was one of the lost princesses. Yeah.
How many hit points did she have?
Gosh.
How hard would the fight would have been?
It's not necessarily about the hit points, because her hit points aren't that high.
Yeah, because she's a freaking magic lady. She's not going to be...
She got 120 hit points, so that's not the worst. But she is a 9th level spellcaster.
Huh?
Yeah, she literally has Foresight, Feeble Mind, Project Image, Force Cage, like the whole 9 yards of annoying spells.
Okay, yeah. And then the king was actually alive?
Sorta.
Was he...
He was alive, but not the king anymore.
He was a delirium boy, or was he just crazy?
One of the endings, because this campaign has multiple endings. This was one of the endings. So again, everyone, don't feel bad about this. This is absolutely an ending, and I've heard other groups having this ending.
I kind of love it.
It makes sense, like on all sides. So like, I hope you don't feel bad about this.
I love that
makes total sense for the story.
Navarlin was the one to do it, because he's been so measured so far. And
I don't feel bad about the ending. I feel bad because there's other ways I could have gone, like, because this is in my mind. This is why I thought, okay, we still have a few more sessions before we actually get the dragon up, because it would be use a dragon to destroy the meteor, also use a dragon to kill the fucking Duchess.
Which we did do, but
yeah, so there's that.
So I killed 2 birds with 1 stone there, so we're fine. Now, also it was basically Duchess, Queen, Praetor, also getting into the temple and setting up the king, and then as the person in control of Argonath, so you all know, he would becoming. I would give him to the Father of Rebirth. That was the actual end goal for this, was to get the golden ancient dragon and give him to the Father of Rebirth.
Which you can still do, because Argonath still lives.
Yes, and
so
actually you're right.
All your goals.
Yeah, sorry guys. It turns out I just mentioned it.
Those items.
Everything has been accomplished. Now that I think of it, you're right.
Ending.
Yeah, you got everything you want.
But I do feel bad because I ended because I thought that we would have probably another like you said another month or so of sessions leading up to the end. Because I knew that as soon as Argonauts got up, it would be close to end game. Now, the other thought was I thought that destroying the meteor would still leave open taking Castle Drakkenheim, and that would be the final end game.
Yeah,
that's
Yeah,
where
I
my
didn't
mind
know
was
that
at. With
destroying
this.
the
But
meteor meant
it
destroying
depends. It depends on the way you destroy the meteor. I think.
I
no,
wanted to,
you cannot destroy the
yeah.
meteor. If you do, it's game over.
But can you contain it then?
Okay.
Really?
No,
There's no
this
way to
campaign
contain
has no good ending.
Oh, okay.
The good ending is making sure that Castle Draken is liberated, either putting someone on the throne with the goodwill to do right, or putting one of your own on the throne and trying to do right.
Wait, what if you wish
But
it away?
ultimately, that is one of the few things that you can do. However, the wish spell is warped by the meteor ultimately.
Oh,
It is that strong. So this campaign, ultimately, you can, like, once the world has been hit
it
by
doesn't really
this,
have the
no. The actual campaign, the playthrough by the guys that wrote this, they have a
what
campaign that
ending
expands.
did they get?
So they actually went into Castle Draken and ultimately like did the thing that you have to do over there. But still, they realized that the world is kind of fucked, and they made two more campaigns that go beyond the city of Drakkenheim, and it's all about the fact that the world is slowly going to shit because meteor. So the ending is ultimately the world goes to shit. So that part you can't stop. So you don't feel bad like I was the cause that this planet blows up. No. So also that part of the followers of the falling fire, the whole view of a meteor coming basically as a shard from an exploded planet hitting another planet, infecting it, and the cycle continues. That is so true. That is actually all true.
They
that
were
whole
right?
vision. Yes, they are the ones that are right.
Nesbitt saying that.
Nesbitt made the best decision. Yep. God bless him.
It is every party. Like I've seen other playthroughs. Well, everyone is like they're cultists, they're weird, they're scary, but they're right.
They're fucking right. God damn it.
Nabarlan also thought they were right. That's why he had to destroy the meteor.
And that it makes sense. It's just the one thing you didn't know about the meteor is something that Fritz knew. Fritz actually got very close to the meteor, and one of those things that I said earlier.
Right.
That
he knew about the Tarrasque.
He knew about the Tarrasque being inside.
The
Tarrasque! Yeah. There's a fleshy riding mass that has just been.
What's a Tarrasque?
It is the worst creature in D&D. It is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like basically a giant lizard dog that is the size of a city.
Oh.
Yeah, literally like 1 foot can just stand on a burrow.
And it was summoned by the destroying of the meteor.
Yeah, basically the meteor itself, because of all the weird eldritch power that is going on over there, actually amalgamated it inside the crystal, and the second you break the crystal, it gets out. And you can destroy the meteor with other means other than a dragon. Dragon just goes really quick. But you can totally try to destroy it while standing there. It has hit points and all that. It's just when you try to fight the crystal, it fights back actively, like with psychic energy and whatnot. Yeah. But it literally says it in the book. If you use Argonaut to blow up the meteor, it's game over.
I feel like it's like, didn't the US have plans of throwing nuclear bombs into hurricanes to stop them? I feel like it's basically that.
Yeah.
I mean, it technically would work as it would disperse all air in the area.
Yeah.
But you nuclear fallout and stuff. But
Allow me to for the castle.
I really want to know one thing.
Yeah.
Who the fuck tapped my blood and what for?
Who has my blood?
That wasn't Oscar.
No, I know that.
That wasn't Oscar.
I know that.
That was a doppelganger. And the doppelganger worked for the Queen of Thieves because they wanted to know if you were royal or not.
And they figured out that.
And they got my blood too, didn't they?
That was the reason why only you two were were tapped, because she was like, those two might be royal, so they're adversaries potentially. Because the Queen wants to rule Drakkenheim from the throne. Which, by the way, her ultimate goal was indeed to get on the throne and use the wish spell to make the Edicts of Lumen go away.
Yeah, well, we had that in common.
Why?
Yeah.
Why did she have my brother? Why did she have my brother? What was the
bargaining chip?
Bargaining chip. Okay.
Yeah.
And she really didn't do anything bad to him. She just
nope. Bargaining chip. She's not an asshole. She's very calculating.
My god.
Is it right to assume that most factions' goals was the wish spell? Like the Hooded Lantern probably just doing the whole king stuff and going on with life. But yeah, Queen, you said that. The Paladins.
The Paladins' ultimate goal is to do whatever their matriarch tells them to, and they basically have a unique opportunity to spread their faith and their influence now that Drakkenheim is crumbling. So quite literally a war party. That's like they got it right all along from the start. They were doing in a very friendly manner, but if they had a moment to seize power, they totally would have. And they were working.
I have another question.
Yes.
Ivy and Marcus had a 2-day lead. They were 2 days away from Drakkenheim. Did they survive? Yes. They did? Oh, yeah!
They did up until the explosion, yeah.
Oh, well, fuck you! 2 days? I mean, 2 days
would you rather...
Would
you rather they die in this... Well, would you rather they die in this explosion or that they live in the aftermath? Like, this is a Fallout question.
I think she would rather live.
Yeah, nature is basically like all trees are turning to delirium and whatnot. The whole world's gone crazy, and
she would just be a druid vigilante.
That is a great name for that.
I know, right? Now I want to be a druid vigilante. God damn it! What, Tim?
With a Furbolg sidekick.
Yeah, Furbolg sidekick and a panther that never dies.
So there's a lot. This is the castle image, by the way. There's a lot of things you have to do to actually get to the castle. One of them is the Seals of Drakkenheim will actually turn off the guardians and whatnot. There is actually a dragon over here as well that used to guard the castle that's been completely covered by delirium. So you need to fight a dragon. That's where Argonath is. If you don't want to attack the meteor, that's where you need Argonath. Because he can defeat that other dragon easily.
This is not as big of a map as I thought it was going to be.
Oh, so it has like 5 floors. I got a lot more than that.
5 floors? Okay.
Yeah, there's like multiple towers around it and whatnot. But the big thing is actually over here in the throne room. Allow me. Because this is the throne room. And over there you see that sort of like weird black thing.
Yeah, what's that?
That's the throne. And the king is currently sitting upon it. That fleshy amalgamation.
That?
Oh, father.
That is the king.
Father.
Or what's left of him. And he's basically, he's grown around the throne, and you need to defeat him in order to get to the throne. Because you need the throne.
Fleshy. What's his name? Or no, what's his name? What's his what's the creature type?
The CR? Oh, it's an amalgamation or an aberration, if you will, and his level is level 23.
Ah!
Yeah, it's really strong.
He would have leveled up like maybe once at least before we would have gotten there, though, right?
Yeah, he would be level 12 to get here.
Okay.
We would have,
but in order,
the queen before this, so we wouldn't have.
Yeah, we would have done the queen and then gone to the.
Yeah.
And having to, if you want to defeat the king, you actually can't do that by just getting into the whatchamacallit, into the throne room like that. You actually first need to go to the catacombs underneath the castle. This is one of the ways to get into the castle. And as you can see all the way in the north, there is a large catacomb, if you will, the monarchical crypt, and that is underneath the throne. And there are 2 things over here that are important. First off, the Gravekeeper is over here. That is a creature that you have to defeat. It is basically a
Skullman?
Yeah, it's like an amalgamation of all the servants in the castle.
Oh,
it's that one Dark Souls boss.
What?
It's that one Dark Souls boss.
Exactly. But then, you guys have not heard about the name Johann Eisner, I believe.
That sounds weirdly familiar, but...
It is a name that has been mentioned here or there, but like he had a very light role in your playthrough. Johann Eisner is the foremost advisor to the king. And when everyone was basically scrambling for their lives when the meteor hit, Johann actually went down into the crypts in order to save the queen. He made her exit through the sewage pipe, which you can see in the bottom left. And then he went back towards the crypt, and as he did, the meteor, actually the impact hit the castle, and Johann actually got melded into the foundation pillar.
Oh, that's
so he is
him over
wrapped
there.
around. He's wrapped around the pillar, but he's a good guy. He's actually not a monster. Yeah, he's a good guy, and what he is doing, you saw that rift upstairs. That is the rift of the castle. If that rift breaks open, the world ends. That's another world-ending thing. He is containing that rift down here by basically wrapping himself around the pillar, and you need to basically save him and at the same time defeat the king, and you can do that at the same time, more or less. That if once you manage to do that, that is kind of the true ending. Then you have the throne, and if you have all the seals of Drakkenheim, you can crown someone king and wish for whatever you wish.
Except for it's more of just it's kind of just biding time, though.
Yeah, because
it's
ultimately,
so funny that
if you take too long, which that's DM's discretion. But if you take too long, this rift will ultimately win. He can't contain that forever.
Yeah, it's so funny that they don't want a spellcaster on the throne, but the crown gives you the power to cast the most powerful spell.
Yeah.
It's like, why? I guess I don't know, it's just weird that you're like, nope, you can't be a spellcaster, but you can cast a 9th level spell that can change the world.
He can't. The king swears not to cast it, I think. Something like that.
So that is kind of what it is, because the crown is old, and the crown stems from the time when you had the wizard kings, and that was before the Edicts of Lumen. And at some point they were like, "That's bad. You don't need to combine those two.
No wish spells for you."
Yeah, we're setting some rules in place that you can't cast magic and be on the throne at the same time. But yeah, that doesn't change the crown. The crown is still the same.
Interesting.
And as far as the rats go, if left unchecked,
give us the rat ending.
So that was a giant group of enemies that ultimately, when you guys were going to besiege the castle, they would attack you in the back, and it would be a minor inconvenience because they're not that strong. No, the rat prince has decided he wants to become king.
Son of a bitch! I employed them to attack Buckle Down Row.
They were gonna
he wants to become king.
They were gonna betray you, totally. You didn't even have the rats on your side.
I'd have enough food for a long time.
You would have, yeah.
But would they have helped us at Buckle Down Row, though?
Yes, because that would serve their purposes. But they didn't have a way into the castle.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. No, but they wouldn't. They don't have a way into the castle because the castle is on lockdown basically, and they don't have any of the seals. They don't know how that works. They're not smart enough for that. But they do know that you probably have a way in, so they would follow you.
Follow us and then stab us in the back like the rat stabbing bastards.
Like the rats they are, yeah. Shocker,
right? Chris, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to, obviously. But what was going through your mind there for a second?
With Blondie.
I shared a couple pictures. So Thistle, I think I shared with y'all. Thistle was my little bird that I had. And Blondie's no different. I just shared a couple pictures. That's the real life Blondie. She died last year. So having to kill her again.
Oh,
that's what was going.
Oh, a little chicken. Blondie.
That's what was going through my mind. Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
Cutie.
That is very, and I'll say honestly, very brave to put a creature in a game where that creature can die, where you have an emotional investment in there. I get it because it adds vigor to your role play, but that's a dangerous gamble, my friend. That's powerful that you did that. I understand the pain.
Yeah,
super brave.
The two that I've done, Thistle and Blondie, both can be brought back in a way, so they can't truly die. But this, when you were saying that, I got the sense that this would be a permanent death, and that's why I started. That's why I started getting to me.
I'm gonna need to get a little bit of something off my chest as well for Isabel's sake. We stopped seeing Petra at a certain point in time.
Did you do it?
Maybe.
You did not eat her.
No,
I'm gonna say there's a couple of characters that suddenly went missing in Drakkenheim.
Oh.
My bad rolls, whenever I would roll a critical 1 or 2, during our resting periods, would have this dark compulsion before his ascension that he would need to kill before the day is over.
So he went and killed Petra?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
That's amazing.
The first kill was the one of the innkeeper in the actual town, the lady of the velvet something.
Yeah, the Gilded
Petra,
Lily.
right?
No, we never went there. But Atoli went
No,
there.
at one point there was like
Why
a.
couldn't you just?
Atoli
You should have killed fucking River. Why couldn't you kill your girlfriend? Come on,
she
man.
She wasn't near. She wasn't accessible.
Oh my god!
But the
that's
first time,
so
the very
awful.
first time, Atoli went to that, begged for like food because he had nothing on him and he was rejected. I rolled horribly that first rest, and the compulsion was like, it's got to be her.
Yeah. Screw her. Yeah, that's right.
When did you kill Petra?
That's about 10 sessions or something ago, maybe.
Oh my god.
It was
he actually
the worst part is Atoli actually used Elodie as an excuse to get Petra on patrol alone.
Yep.
You're evil. You're actually evil.
No, he wasn't.
That's awful. I guess we're all dead, but still.
No, I have an entire list of what my dice rolls would be, and I shared it with Barry in terms of like if anyone,
or was it
from really good to like really bad, up until his ascension, where he would regain kind of like composure of himself.
So, Isabel,
I'm gonna get you back for that in the next campaign, sir.
While you're still here,
I'll remember this.
I need more secrets.
I'm gonna read. So, depending on how the rolls went today, I did also have an intimidation speech prepared in case I had to do a backup and try and convince her another way. Because if I rolled like ones, then I had an intimidation speech. It probably wouldn't go over quite as well, but I had what I had. Isabel, while you're here, I'm gonna read it real quick because it plays into something. I know y'all, it's late for y'all, but for us it's like 5. But so I won't do the whole character, or whatever. But Duchess, I implore you, do not force my open hand of friendship into a closed fist of retribution. If I fall here, I will awaken at home. You will have not ended our tale, only delayed its next darker chapter. And know this, your only hope is that your strength moves faster than my army. If I return, it will not be as an adventuring emissary, but as the head of a horde, a host born not of diplomacy, but of vengeance. Peer into my mind and glimpse what waits you should you choose war. So again, you go into it, and you are again in the temple, not as it was. This is earlier, the air is thinner, the light is colder, and the sounds of hammer and chisel are fewer now. The scaffolds are sparsely occupied. The vision is stripped of warmth and replaced by silence and a growing pressure in your chest. You feel it deep within, a deep scorching sorrow, a betrayal that smolders into rage. The polished floor beneath your feet begins to quake, and dust spills from the carved reliefs. The same cavern that once welcomed you now trembles like a beast disturbed. And then you hear the voice. The Father of Birth speaks not with warmth but with wrath. His words crash in the temple like an avalanche. Bring them the might of our reborn. Show them the folly of their hubris. Massive stone doors are flung open by knights clad in blackened armor and scaled mail, each bearing the sigil of Paisan. Beyond them is an army. Hundreds of cavalry, each rider mounted on a snarling drake. Flesh-stitched beasts wreathed in fog and armor, and their breath of frost and fury. The sound of war horns shake the mountain, and voices cry out in unison, forged in rage. The vision ends. Barlin's hand is no longer extended. It's clenched at his side. Ask again, shall we work together?
I love that. Snaps for you, sir. Snaps for you.
The mental images are very good.
Yeah.
Yes,
I wanted to
incredible.
this memory takes place after he was killed the first time. The story that he told
Oh,
Ivy, this memory is from after that.
Oh.
And so just a little Nabarlan lore for you all.
cool. That's awesome. Great job.
So while we're at the Duchess, a general question. The ritual we did there, what was its effect? What pact
It was
did
just
these
to
others...
protect us from the Hydra, right? Or was there
So
more than that?
you mean with the runes, right? That we did today.
Yeah.
Oh, that ritual.
Yeah. So there were 12 in total. Or 10, I have to say. And if you would have answered incorrectly more than half, I would have demanded more of a sacrifice.
Mm.
The one that I had agreed upon with Fritz already, that was gonna happen. But I was like, you guys need to know at least half of your story there, you know. And if you don't, for every wrong answer beyond the fifth, another person dies, with a potential party wipe at the end if you basically make enough errors.
Whoa.
we got one. We got one wrong.
You got two wrong. There were two wrong in total,
no.
so that's still more than enough.
Wait, who were the ones that were wrong?
I totally had one wrong.
Yeah.
He thought that was true, but it was like a partial truth. Like,
Yeah.
And what was the other one? Because I counted two.
The first one I assumed was a bully.
But I imagine
The first,
I 100% imagine that one of them would be me, because it was more of how he would have felt at that point as well, rather than to what the truth actually was.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the lie in it, indeed, because while you were definitely bullied and you were definitely abscored by professors and whatnot, Eldrick actually felt for you.
Yeah.
But you probably didn't notice
Nope.
back then, so that makes sense.
Was it me? I wasn't wrong, was I?
No, you
The
remembered
wizard
right
didn't-
about the wizards, because
Yeah.
the wizard was not part of it, and the other one was indeed true. No, then it was only one wrong. Yeah, not two.
Yeah.
Unless you counted
Anyway.
Nespip's unseen service as one.
Yeah, the unseen servant.
Thank you. That was the second one.
wrong.
Yeah, because he doesn't have a
answered
question.
wrong.
You'll never know what I answered for the first one.
Tim. Yeah, Timothy.
I'm pretty sure we can glean that it was true.
You brought a cat into the last episode.
I mean, I was not expecting it to be
episode.
Yes.
Yeah, you wanted to be able to play. Tell us some of the Sphinx's features. How cool is this Sphinx?
This is the Sphinx of Secrets stat sheet that I was gonna play.
Okay.
It's a CR8 monster, and basically there's nothing too fancy about it. It has True Sight, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And other than that, it has some inherent spell casting, magic resistance, and just some decent damage output, but that's about it. I just had a neat little simple backstory for it, but...
Yeah, I really liked your
about,
backstory. I wish we could have spent some more time with him, for sure.
And with
when it became clear that Fritz was going to be sacrificed...
Yeah, give me a friggin' riddle, dude. Give me a friggin' riddle.
Why was Fritz going to be sacrificed?
I want the riddle!
I mean, I went... that was basically something I said right after last session, so actions must have consequences. I at least want to have... Fritz die as a consequence.
Why Fritz, though? It was my consequence.
Well, because the entire party decided to go a different route, and I wanted to have at least some consequences.
But not the entire party. I was there too.
Well, yes, but at least something should have happened.
You took my glory, you bastard!
I mean, yes, that's also kind of what Fritz said at the end to the Duchess.
Yeah, it was!
You're a
you
traitor.
Motherfucker!
Well, once again, I do want to apologize that I ended this campaign.
No, don't.
I ended.
You're totally fine, dude.
I mean,
it's perfect timing for me because I don't have to miss anything now.
Not only that, but we knew that there are several different ends to this campaign as well. Not only that, but there's always the overhanging danger of a TPK. Words.
TPK.
That's the one. Yep. So
yeah,
Toilet paper
when I
kills.
asked, like, are you okay with whenever a consequence does come around? Are you okay with accepting that? This was the situation I was foreseeing. Like, oh, the march up towards the dragon is going to mean that he's going to blow up the meteor. Is going to mean campaign end, and I can't full well say that. Like, hey, once you get the dragon, that might end the campaign. Are you cool with that? So I had to be a little bit more circumventive about it. But the whole party agreed. So don't feel like you were the one ending this campaign.
not
This
at
is a group
all.
decision.
Yes.
I'm
That
gonna be
was
fair.
great.
Nesbit was preparing like some backstabbing cases because he was going more like if any of these idiots do something wrong, a lot of more will go wrong. I need to stop them somehow. So
Weirdly enough, Nesprit had like team mom energy or like team dad energy where you're just like,
Yeah.
these idiot children are gonna fuck up the world. I have to stop them.
Honestly, I think Nibarland and Atoli had like a covenant in deal here. Like Atoli would potentially end up taking over Drakkenheim with the help of Nibarland.
Yep.
And in my mind's eye, Atoli would definitely offer everyone a bit of a pardon or a chance to join this new growing empire without actually transforming. But in the end, it would be like, this is like, the party's over. This is me now.
Yeah. Well, and the other part too is Nabarlin would have, because I had the ceremony spell, and he would have actually offered all of you, maybe not Tim because he just met that character,
the cat,
but offered all of you, and actually Elodie too. I don't know if it would work for you, but offered at least Nesbunatoli rebirth. You all would have had the option to join.
I already did rebirth, dude. I already did it.
Yeah, exactly. But he would have given you all that option, and he would have done a ceremony and like dedicated you all to the other rebirth. And because totally, at least the spin for you would have been basically, you won't age and you won't die, but you could be struck down. But with the Father Rebirth, you'll never die. Your empire can last forever.
And that would have been a massive boon. So yeah.
That would have been the sell for you. And Nespip, it would have been more of you've proven yourself worthy of it.
Nespip didn't trust you.
Yeah, Nespip was gonna stab me in the back, or he just had his finger on the button the whole time.
He didn't trust you, trusted you a bit more, and like right in this session and last session, like about somewhere there, the last couple of sessions, it got to mistrust again. I still have notes from completely early in the game with don't trust the Balin with magic cause armor nat 1 because Nespip rolled a natural 1 identifying the armor, said it's not magical or something like that, but you went there and said it's magical, and like yeah, okay, he's lying or something. Then he doesn't want to eat your good berries because you barf up dragons, and he's like thinking you're gonna do something with that.
Yeah,
the good berries.
I'm gonna tell you the good berries. This was never a box of berries. The berries actually never meant anything. It was all a cover because he had the feat cartomancy and used a playing card pack to cast the stored spells as well as prestidigitation without anyone noticing. So he could do basically, as long as he's eating a berry, he can cast prestidigitation unseen. And so all this kind of weird stuff, like he'd do random things, it's because he was just eating berries and just casting prestidigitation.
That's why you were always munching on him. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and the berries.
Barnum asked me like at the very start of the campaign, like, "Can I do that?" I was like, "Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, sure."
So the berries he was eating were trinkets he was generating. It was basically chewing gum. He was chewing gum, and he wouldn't actually eat the real berries until it was time to heal.
Okay, so you were kind of using it to access that cantrip.
Yes,
basically,
and the stored spell, which is the most powerful thing. It allowed me to basically carry a free spell with me wherever I went.
Yep.
I got tricked by the berries.
Yeah, Barry said that.
So
the important part of it was there had to be a tell, and so I was like, all right, I'll let the tell be his apparent addiction to good berries, and just really rolled it into the character, and that was the tell. But because I made it look like I just had an addiction to good berries, no one thought about it.
Yeah, you were just munching on them. I was like, wow, he's really
into those berries.
They must be really tasty.
Guess, yeah.
No, but Isabel,
hey, so
you asked about the riddle. And there was a good
Yes.
reason why I didn't want to say anything, because I had like a bunch of them prepared. I had them as an idea for
course you
in-combat
did.
things. Like, I had literally pages worth of them.
Oh no,
And the
I'm
thing is,
so sorry.
that's fine, that's fine. No, but the things as a feature called Curse of the Riddle. It's an intelligence saving throw. You take 66 psychic damage, and a bunch of other things happen. So I really didn't feel like murdering Elodie at this point, since you're
so
vulnerable.
you were like, literally, it will kill you. This
Yes,
riddle will
that's why I
kill
said
you.
about Mortal
Generally, sphinxes as a creature are treasure guardians and whatnot, and to pass them, you need to pass a riddle, and if you don't, you get fucked up. So, like, it
You
makes
didn't
sense.
trust that I could figure out your riddle, Tim.
I mean, you would have probably figured it out, but it's still an intelligence saving throw, which Elodie was not great at.
Oh, yeah, no, I was not.
Yes.
Actually, I was okay at it because I'm a rogue and you get a bonus to intelligence saving throws. I had a +5. But
Okay, that
still,
would have been
what was the
gets wetter the
save?
more it dries?
DC 15 intelligence.
DC 15.
whether-
Yeah, I could have done
Towel.
that. I could have done that, no problem.
Still, I didn't want to murder you.
A towel,
Accidentally.
yeah. God damn it, Napoleon.
Hey,
that's cool.
So looking forward, like there are still some bits and
Yeah.
bobs, of course, that I can tell about Drakkenheim, but if you want, we can use next week for that. Obviously, that'd be like a free session. But
Just to
that
hang
probably
out
won't.
for y'all.
Yeah, because it probably won't fill an entire session. But let's say, like, prepare your questions and things that you want to know for next week, and we can use that. And then, of course, we do need to look forward to a potential new campaign. Time-wise and whatnot is one thing, of course, and the campaign itself. But I believe we did establish that we want to do the Curse of Strahd.
I
Yeah.
think so.
I think timeline. Why don't we? Since Isabel's going to be gone for a few weeks.
I'll be
anyway,
gone for the next 3 weeks. Yeah.
While we start that up, we could start that up after she gets back.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's a good
after
idea.
That, if not,
Yeah, and
a
it's
longer break
and
if
the
you need
actual
it,
start, if we do, like, is going to be even a little further than that, because looking 3 weeks ahead, I know that the week of the 14th of July, I basically also have 2 weeks of vacation, so probably with session 0 and everything, it'll probably won't start until like later in July. So we have a bit of.
How about we just have another session or another time where we just have a meeting or something to talk about it, because
let's. But this is just brain food, so you can think about it.
It's not looking too good for me currently, both economy wise and time wise. There's a lot of shit coming. Like, both of our kids are getting older, so there's a lot of events we have to attend to.
I get that.
Like, both of our kids now attend Scouts, and a lot of their events are on Sundays as well. So
Sundays, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I need to look a little bit forward and into that. So
that is fair. So this is just a brain food to have to look forward. So I'd say next week, let's reconvene, just hang out, talk a bit more about Drakkenheim. It doesn't have to be a full session. If we're done in an hour, we're done in an hour. If we're not. Like, that's fine. And then beyond that, let's pick a date on which we decide and move forward from then. The setup for Curse of Strahd on my side is very quickly, because I've done it a couple of times.
Yeah, you've got all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be my 6th or 7th time, so like, I love that campaign, man. Most of the prep will be on your side, but I'll guide you through that. It can be done in a couple of weeks, so we don't have to fret, but we also don't have to stress. Like, I want to, this is one of the great things about me not having to live off of this, is I have all that time. Like, let's get into this for funsies instead of like, we need to do it next week. We don't have to.
So the good news for my character in Curse of Strahd is, apparently, Nabarlin got everything he wanted. He destroyed the meteor. He destroyed the Duchess. He's got the golden dragon. So his character for Curse of Strahd could still be the same character.
I figured you were going to bring in Nabarlin. Yeah.
Bring him back. He's level 10.
No, not Nabarlin himself. It would be his descendant.
Another.
Okay.
He continues the family.
His name the same name?
Dude, he has an entirely family tree of Nabarlins.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's a whole thing. Like, it's like, my wife always like cracks about this extensive lore I have about the character. That's why I'm able to pull out like, this story about the army and the temple. There's a whole story. Even how rebirth works and how that happens, because Barry knows part of it, but there's actually more to it. Yeah, there's actually more that makes it more. Now that it's expanded, there's more efficiencies to it. But
I want Nunabarlin to be a tiefling. I want Nunabarlin to be a tiefling or like a half elf or like something cool. Like change his race up. Come on.
So basically, after Drakkenheim, Nunabarlin found a demon-looking kind of thing, and shit happened.
The most it'll either be a half elf or a human, because that's the only thing that makes sense for his royalty situation.
Come on, you could bag River.
And what's even better is that because the thing blew up, it makes sense that there's a rift to go into into the Strahd realm.
Yeah.
Like it's set up perfectly for it to happen. Like this couldn't work better. It's rolling Paisan. It's coming up Paisan every single time here. So
we gotta do a one shot with the goal of ending the Nunabarlin bloodline.
Yeah.
yes. You
just 5
we organize
assassins.
one shot and just all 4 of us try to kill Nunabarlin. And
it's like a big dungeon, 16 rooms, everyone contains Nunabarlin.
If we kill Nunabarlin, then you have to roll a different character for Curse of Strahd. You have to expand.
Well, you say that, but I have actually considered, based on, like, we kind of ended abruptly. I did actually consider having a one shot for you guys, for everyone who wanted to take part in the rebirth ceremony and see the full, like, go in and see the temple and all that kind of stuff. I haven't done it.
I'd be down for that.
Yeah, I haven't set it up, but that's something that I thought about doing, just to give y'all, because I keep talking. It's a big part of the characters that I do, and but that could easily also be flipped into a siege one shot.
Yeah, and
where now you're assaulting
the make a pact to kill you.
There's only one way to kill Nunabarlin, and you'll have to kill a god to do it.
I have to kill a god.
Hey, hold on now.
Easy.
I've made a bard survive without doing spells the entire time, and now only because of you, a demigod dies, but I feel like I can tackle a god.
Yeah, we totally got this.
Totally.
Never went wrong.
But we would play different characters. We would play new characters who have all been called in because Nunabarlin's royalty, so he has hits called on him, and we've all been called in by different people.
Also, like 5 random assassins who just meet.
Yeah. 5 random assassins trying to assassinate the same guy is hilarious.
You're all just mercenaries gone to siege.
So whenever the murder is complete, we try to pass blame to each other.
Yeah.
Like, no, he did it.
Finally,
that's great.
2 more things of administration, and they're both positive for you guys.
Okay.
One, I just informed. 3, by the way, 2 positive, 1 question. One, I have informed the Discord server that the campaign has effectively ended today. So that means that all payments will be stopped. You don't have to do anything for that. That goes automatic. Secondly, because you did finish the campaign, maybe not on a happy whim, but you still finished it. All of you will get the legendary title in this server, because everyone gets that when they finish a campaign.
Legendary.
Oh, okay.
Do we end up in the graveyard or the campaign highlights?
And that was my question.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of
are we in the graveyard? Or...
If you look at the graveyard, I already wrote an obituary for Fritz just now. So.
Oh.
You did? Aww.
Of course I did.
Man.
Well, you are the undisputed king already, so I'm gonna up Atoli. Atoli goes to the graveyard.
Okay. I think the
as well.
because like he would definitely, as I said before, he would have gone to the clock tower to see and fulfill the pact he had with Nunabarlin initially. So he would have been outside and clearly blasted away as well.
Yeah.
I assume the rest of the party as well.
Even though they were still... that survives.
Yeah.
So 5 more obituaries.
I'm glad I brought
so
her on the shoulder.
So it's not a TP. It wasn't a TPK because Nunabarlin didn't die. So
Gosh.
I mean, on that, I almost wonder if it should be
semantics
in the campaign ending versus the graveyard ending. I don't know.
Why not both?
Why not
A bit of both.
Porque no something.
Yeah, what campaign? Like what are y'all talking about? I don't see. I see general, meme, graveyard. Is there like a special campaign one that I didn't add or something?
Yeah, just underneath graveyard there is one called campaign highlights. Don't you see that?
Oh no, I don't.
It's
I don't see that.
Do you have community? Do you have the community thing?
Is it campaign?
Here we go.
No.
Here we go. Campaign. I didn't have it checked. That's what it was. There we go.
There you go.
No, there it is.
Where is it?
It is under community, and if you don't see it, then it should be all the way up to channels and roles. You need to tick the channel so you can see it.
Oh.
Oh wow, I'm missing out on a lot here.
Why is that channel not ticked?
There's a lot.
I believe because it's new.
Yeah.
Oh, campaign highlights. Yes. Okay. Cool. I see. Wow.
Also,
yeah.
I went a little snarky with your obituary.
No, I
Fritz,
love
but
it.
I felt that was deserved.
It's amazing.
Like he died. We think he's invisible. We don't know.
The ultimate magic trick. He made himself disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I would say campaign highlights, but maybe that's.
I'll make it yeah. I'll do. Who wants to go? Like fingers, please, for who wants to go into the graveyard.
I mean, I'll go in the graveyard because I'm dead, but I'm not happy about it.
Did Elodie? She died. Did her thing also? Because it just blasted away.
Oh,
so it just be sitting there for her to reappear.
That's true.
She would reanimate. She would reanimate.
You would reanimate, yeah, because you're a revenant. Revenants reanimate, and if your original corpse is destroyed, you get a corpse nearby, so you look like Mr. Tom.
You get a corpse nearby?
You just
yeah, that's what revenants do.
You just possess a random body.
But it would be like a corpse the next town over because Drakkenheim isn't like there isn't anything there anymore. So it's just some random corpse somewhere.
A random corpse about 2 days out from Drakkenheim that looks like a furbolg. You become your brother.
I will kill you. I will kill you. No.
Oh.
This just
I'll
got
come
better.
back as Ivy.
This just got way
I'll come
better.
back as Ivy.
That's
or the
the-
Panther. I'll come back as the Panther. I'll be Maslow. Dead Panther.
Does the delirium shard have any effect in that, or is it just?
Yeah, does Nesbitt survive?
It protects you. It protects you from the haze and whatnot, but the destruction of the meteor, basically, like the book lists something as like 10d10 of all applicable damages, which is like psychic, force, lightning, fire, ice, like all of them 10d10. So the gem doesn't protect you against that.
But the promise of the falling fire is like rebirth or continuing to exist as something or something like that, or is that just a crazy talk?
No. So what actually happens, and this is the great thing, and that is a part that the book doesn't really explain. So that's up to the DM's discretion on how you want to handle that. As you might remember, Lucretia had a golden gemstone around her neck, didn't she?
Yeah.
So when you have a gemstone embedded in your body and you die, your soul actually goes into the gemstone and it becomes golden. So all the golden gemstones that you have seen like that are delirium shards that contain a soul.
Nice.
Those souls
Basically,
are safe from whatever is going to happen, but the book is vague about and then what. So
That's
you're in that
basically a
gemstone. Yeah, kind of. But like the book is like, okay, so that happens, and then they leave an open ending, like, and you can do whatever you want with that. But that doesn't really give me a lot to go on. Like, okay, so you go to another planet or something. I don't know.
Wait, so Lucretia is the Lich?
Basically, it's not her own soul, by the way. Like she totally has the soul of her husband there.
It's not. Oh, her husband. Oh, that's kind of cool,
I thought it was like her soul, and she was just animating
I
her
thought
old
it was
body.
her soul too.
No, it's someone else's. But that is why you, on occasion, and I also described it on occasion that someone was wearing a golden one instead of a purple.
Yes,
That's
I
what
was
that is.
wondering what was up with that. Yeah.
Yep. Underneath the
the
small
pure-
chapel near the crater, there was like a whole horde of those crystals. By the way, if you went down there.
So Nesip's gemstone, his soul is trapped somewhere in Drakkenheim. Then
In the gemstone, yeah, and it's basically up to my discretion what happens with that, and I haven't really decided it because I didn't think the story would get that far, so I got no answer for you.
I'll be keeping my eye on the graveyard because there's a lot of characters about to be bound in there,
Mm-hmm.
and you will be the undisputed king of the graveyard.
Yeah, for the next couple of years, probably.
Firming up your position there.
Yep.
I mean,
using 2 characters in a single session is also quite nice for me.
Yeah,
That's actually
also,
very
Tim,
impressive.
And Tim, you actually beat Isabel's record for the shortest character lifespan. So
that is true.
You did. God bless Justin.
Oh my god, the dumbest paladin ever.
Himbo, I loved it. Okay,
But he couldn't help it. Like that was like too funny.
He really
like
couldn't.
summoning a demon next to him and just like, oh, and I lost control, by the way.
I still remember that so clearly that it was Atoli and Fritz just sitting in that room, like far from the fight, and just talking like
off to the side.
Did you lose control of it? I think so. I can't feel it.
Crispin! Yeah, I did.
It was an accident, I swear.
Oh my god. I was so pissed. I could not. I was like, how? I haven't even played this guy more than once. How is this possible? That he dies when I'm not there?
Yeah, that was funny.
That was funny. That was great. All right,
So I
well,
lost 3 characters this campaign. Total.
We should let you Europeans do your thing. Go to bed.
Before we go, Barry, do I get my feet and stuff from accomplishing my goal?
What feat are you taking? What what
the world is dead and dying, but hey, do I get my stuff?
To your wisdom, or
as Argonath flies away, you wallow in sorrow and regret that you basically caused the destruction of an entire planet, but you did accomplish your goals, and in that you level up. Like,
he's level 11, guys.
Yes, can we quickly get that level up thing in Foundry, please?
Confetti, confetti, please.
Dun, da, da, da.
No, as a matter of fact, I don't really feel that is warranted. It should be more like this.
Yes.
I think the little thing.
Oh god,
all right.
That's funny.
I will write some things out. For most of you, I will see you next week. Free session to just have some fun. Isabel, you were going to go on a holiday, right?
Yeah, I'm
a holiday.
A holiday. I'm nervous about it, honestly. I'm going to Spain. And I'm attending a retreat there. It's like a writing retreat thing in southern Spain, in Andalusia. And yeah, it's gonna be really fun. But I'm also taking some time to like travel by myself, and that's terrifying as a young woman. But I'll be okay. And I've been packing. It's great. Yeah.
Well, drop some pictures.
Don't be nervous. Don't show them fear, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. Maintain eye contact.
Yeah. Establish dominance.
Yeah. It'll be okay. My
T-pose if you have
I'm the last one of my 3 older siblings to we're the 3 like closest in age siblings. I have a younger brother, but they've both been to Europe already. So I'm the baby who hasn't gone yet. So I'm gonna go, and it's gonna be great. But it's gonna be fun. So
you're gonna one thing. Don't drink too much because our alcohol is stronger. 2, our food is better.
Yep.
I know.
3,
I'm excited for that.
Things are a little bit more expensive, but it's better quality.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. I'm not really a drinker, so I probably won't mess with that. But yeah, who knows?
You say that, but we have great drinks.
I mean, I'm not going to Germany, so it's not like we're going to like fucking do some steins and beers and stuff. But
that's not only Germany.
Mm-hmm. But you're going to Spain, so they got sangria, and sangria is dangerous because you don't taste the alcohol. Like, oh, this is good. Oh, this is
Oh,
I'm
this is
pretty
good.
lightweight
This
too
is
because
good.
I don't drink very often. So I'm like, when I do drink, I usually
Yeah,
get pretty
easy on this.
drunk.
Like Sangria is one of
Easy.
those, like it
So-
hits you, and then the rest still needs to come. So be cautious
Yeah.
with that shit.
And
I
never,
will.
never, ever drink tequila.
No,
No.
no, there are
No.
no good stories attached to tequila.
Nope.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, there's a lot of good stories attached to it, but none that you would
And
want to be figured in.
I think most importantly, don't mix drinks. Like, stick to
True.
one thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
Don't do beer,
Don't drink a
shot,
bunch of
wine,
different
beer,
type
shots.
of yeah. A bunch of different types of alcohol. Yeah. But I leave
But have fun. Drop some pictures.
on Tuesday, so yeah. This is
Yeah,
crazy.
throw some pictures in.
And when will you be back?
I will. I am not back until I fly back on the 7th of July.
All right.
So it's pretty good size trip. 20 days is what I have packed from my meds. That's how I'm keeping track of days.
Can I then pencil in the 13th? That would actually be perfect because that is right before my holiday. Can we pencil in then the 13th to reconvene? We can also do it in text to decide what to do. But for those that do want to move forward, we can.
That sounds fine by me. Would it be a paid session or would it be just like a chat?
No. Everything up until and including the session 0, so that's when we actually get into the meat of it. That's all free. So you only pay for the actual play.
Awesome. I have been struggling to find a summer job, honestly. It's been rough. I've put in a bunch of applications and had a couple interviews and no luck. So I have no income right now. It just sucks.
Well, this will free up a little bit, I hope.
So yeah, that's awesome. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so for the next couple of weeks, I'd say for those of you that are, and again, like, very important, no hard feelings and whatnot, campaigns end and campaign groups dissolve. It does happen. You are all more than welcome to join with the next one, of course, because I think you are all individually very wonderful people, and I love role-playing with you guys. But if for whatever reason, ranging from you can't to you don't want to anything in between, you don't want to join with the next campaign, no hard feelings, and that is perfectly okay. This is ultimately still a game, but I did really enjoy getting through the Dungeons of Drakkenheim with all of you because this is my first time getting to an ending with Drakkenheim. I streamed it, but I never finished it.
Right, because you guys had to stop streaming.
Yep.
Wow.
Harry, I'm sorry it ended so abruptly, and you had all this other stuff made. And
Again, and I mean this wholeheartedly. This is one of the 3 or 4 endings that Drakkenheim has, and I saw that this was coming. So it went a little quicker than I thought ultimately, but that is okay. That is what D&D does. So what I am happy with is that I believe that you're anticipating getting into Curse of Strahd, and believe me, if you liked Drakkenheim, Tim can attest to this. Drakkenheim is a great story. Curse of Strahd is an amazing story. It is this on steroids.
I'm actually pissed off at you, Nabarlin.
Why?
You destroyed the roof of our house.
No! We paid so much for that roof.
We paid 100 gold.
I'll add it in the graveyard.
We paid 100 gold for that house.
You put it in the roof gets a picture, a profile picture of
the roof. It was new.
It was new. Now dissolved. That's great. Oh man.
All right. All of you, thank you so much. And for the next couple of weeks, feel free to, either if you want to DM me if you don't want to throw it out in public, or if you do want to throw it out in public, let me/us know what you want to do for a potential next campaign. I'd say on the 13th, let's get together with the people that do want to, and from there on, we can plan a session 0, etc. So you basically have a couple of weeks to make up your mind. And except for Isabel, I'll see you guys next week with whatever you want to know from Drakkenheim.
All right.
Good.
I'll have some pictures by the time we next meet.
Awesome.
Bye.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Toodles. And just like that, in a twist of a quick ending, the Dungeons of Drakkenheim comes to an end. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on these Sundays. Thank you for all your support and everything. I'll be back again, normal schedule. But no more on Sundays. No. Sundays, I will now take for myself. I'll see you all on Monday.